Plato is often remembered as a philosopher of ideals, justice, truth, beauty, and reason. Yet behind these lofty concepts lay a deep unease with one of humanity's most celebrated systems, democracy. To modern ears, Plato's distrust of rule by the people sounds arrogant or outdated. But to Plato, democracy was not a noble experiment. It was a fragile illusion, vulnerable to emotion, persuasion, and collective self-deception. His criticism was not born from theory alone. It was forged through lived experience, personal loss, and a profound anxiety about human nature. Plato grew up in Athens during the height of its democratic pride. Citizens debated openly, leaders were chosen by vote, and freedom of speech was celebrated as a civic virtue. Yet Plato witnessed the darker side of this freedom. He saw how public opinion could be manipulated by skilled speakers. He saw how popularity often outweighed wisdom. And most importantly, he saw how democracy condemned his teacher, Socrates, to death. That moment never left him. Socrates was not executed by a tyrant or a king. He was judged by a jury of citizens, persuaded by accusation and fear. To Plato, this was democracy in its rawest form, the many overpowering the just, not through cruelty, but through misunderstanding. Athens did not kill Socrates out of malice. It killed him because it did not recognize wisdom when it appeared in an inconvenient form. From that point on, Plato began to question a dangerous assumption at the heart of democracy, that the collective judgment of the many is naturally wiser than the insight of the few. Plato believed that most people do not seek truth. They seek comfort. They prefer beliefs that flatter their identity, confirm their habits, and justify their desires. In a democratic system, these preferences become political forces. Leaders learn quickly that success depends less on wisdom than on persuasion. The ability to speak well becomes more powerful than the ability to think well. This is why Plato distrusted rhetoric. In his dialogues, rhetoric is portrayed not as a path to truth, but as a tool for influence. Like sweet food that harms the body while pleasing the tongue, rhetoric pleases the crowd while weakening judgment. Democracy, Plato feared, rewards those who master appearances rather than those who pursue reality. In the Republic, Plato compared democracy to a ship whose crew votes on how to navigate, ignoring the trained navigator because he lacks popularity. The result is chaos disguised as freedom. The people feel empowered, yet the ship drifts toward disaster. At the heart of Plato's criticism was not hatred of people, but skepticism about human self-knowledge. He believed that most individuals are governed by appetite and emotion rather than reason. When such individuals gain political power collectively, their weaknesses do not cancel out, they multiply. Democracy, in Plato's view, encourages excess. Freedom becomes license. Equality becomes the rejection of expertise. Authority becomes suspect simply for existing. Over time, the democratic soul loses discipline. Desire replaces duty. Pleasure replaces virtue. Ironically, Plato believed this process leads not to lasting freedom, but to tyranny. When democratic societies become exhausted by disorder, they long for a strong figure who promises stability. The people, tired of governing themselves, surrender power willingly. Thus, democracy contains the seeds of its own destruction. It collapses not because it is overthrown, but because it consumes itself. This fear was not abstract. Plato had seen Athens swing between democracy, oligarchy, and tyranny within a single lifetime. Each transition was driven not by reasoned reflection, but by collective emotion, fear, anger, hope, resentment. Plato's solution was radical. He proposed rule by philosopher-kings, individuals trained to love truth more than power, reason more than popularity. These rulers would not seek office because they understood its dangers. They would govern reluctantly, guided by knowledge of the good rather than the will of the crowd. To modern readers, this vision feels distant, even authoritarian. But Plato did not believe philosopher-kings would be flawless. He believed they would be restrained by understanding. Unlike demagogues, they would not flatter the people. Unlike tyrants, they would not rule for personal gain. Plato distrusted democracy because it assumed moral equality where none existed. Not all opinions, he argued, are equally informed. Not all desires are equally worthy. A system that treats wisdom and ignorance as interchangeable risks, elevating noise over insight. Yet Plato was not blind to democracy's appeal. He understood why people cherished freedom. He understood the dignity of participation. But he feared that without education aimed at the soul, democracy becomes a theater of impulse rather than a school of virtue. Education, for Plato, was the true foundation of political life. Without rigorous formation of character and reason, no system, democratic or otherwise, could endure. His quarrel with democracy was not about who rules, but about what kind of person is fit to rule. In this sense, Plato's critique remains unsettlingly relevant. Modern democracies still struggle with misinformation, emotional polarization, and leaders chosen more for charisma than competence. The tension between popularity and wisdom has not faded. It has intensified. Plato's distrust of democracy was ultimately a moral warning. He feared not the voice of the people, but the silence of reason within them. He believed that societies collapse not when they lose freedom, but when they lose the capacity to distinguish truth from persuasion. He did not hate democracy. He feared what happens when democracy forgets its responsibility to cultivate wisdom. In the end, Plato left us with an uncomfortable question, one that still whispers beneath modern political life. If everyone has a voice, who teaches them how to listen? Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Close your eyes now. Let the heaviness of the modern world drop from your shoulders like a heavy winter cloak sliding to the floor. Forget the scrolling screens, the endless notifications, and the noise of today's debates. Breathe in deeply, and as you exhale, imagine you are drifting backward through the mist of centuries, carried on a breeze that smells faintly of wild thyme, dry dust, and the salt of the Aegean Sea. We are moving toward a light so clear and sharp, it feels as if it could cut glass, the distinct, crystalline sunlight of Attica. The world here is younger, brighter, and louder. We find ourselves standing in the heart of Athens, the city of the violet crown, a poetic name given to it by Pindar to describe the peculiar purple hue the surrounding limestone hills take on just as the sun dips below the horizon. But it is high noon now, and the heat is rising from the stones beneath your feet. You are standing in the agora, the beating heart of the city. It is a chaotic, vibrant, messy masterpiece of humanity. Can you hear them? The fishmongers are shouting the prices of sardines with the same passion a general might use to command an army. Historians often joke that the loudest voices in Athens belong not to the politicians, but to the men selling eels. There is the scent of roasting barley, the sharp tang of sweat, and the cool, dusty aroma of marble being chiseled nearby. This is the cradle of democracy, but it does not feel like a library or a sacred temple. It feels like a marketplace, because that is exactly what it is. Here, ideas are traded with the same haggling energy as olive oil. In the shadow of the store, shaded from the blinding glare, men in linen chitons argue about the nature of virtue while keeping one eye on their coin purses. Among them, moving like a quiet shadow through the noise, is a young man with broad, powerful shoulders. His name is Aristocles, though the wrestling coaches and his friends have started calling him Plato, a nickname meaning broad, referring perhaps to his chest or his forehead. He is not yet the old sage with the long white beard we see in marble busts. He is young, vibrant, and watching the world with eyes that are a little too serious for his age. He watches the machinery of democracy at work. He sees the citizens gathering to vote, clutching small tokens in their hands. It is a system of immense pride for the Athenians, this rule of the demos. Yet, as the young man watches the crowd sway like a field of wheat under a sudden wind, shifting instantly from laughter to anger at the words of a charismatic speaker, he feels a chill that the warm sun cannot chase away. He wonders if truth is something that can really be decided by a show of hands, or if they are merely voting on which illusion they prefer today. The noise of the agora swells, a symphony of freedom and confusion, and the young observer pulls his cloak tighter, stepping deeper into the shade. The crowd in the agora parts, not out of reverence, but out of a mixture of curiosity and mild annoyance, making way for a figure who seems to have walked straight out of a satyr play rather than a philosophy lecture. This is him, the man who will inadvertently set the course of Western thought, not by building a great temple or leading an army, but simply by refusing to stop asking why. Close your eyes and picture him. He is strikingly, almost aggressively ugly by the standards of Athenian beauty. He has a snub nose that turns upward as if sniffing out pretension, bulging eyes that seem to swivel independently like a crab's, and a belly that speaks of a love for conversation over gymnastics. He wears the same rough frayed cloak winter and summer, and, most scandalously for a man of his standing, he walks barefoot. The dust of the city coats his toes, grounding him in the earth, even as his mind drifts in the ether. This is Socrates, to the young Plato, watching from the edge of the circle. This barefoot eccentric is the most beautiful human being in Greece, for he possesses an inner radiance that outshines the golden statues of the gods. Socrates is not a lecturer. He does not stand on a podium. He operates in the corners, in the shade of the plane trees, cornering people with the gentle persistence of a horsefly buzzing around a sluggish mare. Watch now as he intercepts a wealthy tanner, or perhaps a confident young politician flushed with a recent victory in the assembly. The conversation always begins with a trap baited with honey. Socrates bows his head, feigning glorious ignorance. "O wise friend," he might say, his voice scratching like dry parchment, "I am but a simple man, confused by the world. You who know so much about justice and the laws, surely you can explain to me what virtue truly is?" The politician, chest puffing out like a pigeon in mating season, smiles. It is a trap that works every single time, because vanity is the one universal constant in human history. The man begins to speak, using big hollow words that sound impressive but mean very little. And then, the dismantling begins. It is a slow, surgical process, performed without anesthesia. Socrates asks a simple follow-up question. Then another, then one more. He does not attack. He merely holds the man's own words up to the light, turning them over until the cracks appear. Slowly, the politician's confidence begins to leak away. The definition of justice he gave 5 minutes ago now contradicts the definition of duty he just gave. He stammers. He sweats. The crowd gathered around leans in, sensing blood. Young Plato watches this theater of humiliation with a burning fascination. He realizes something profound. The man doesn't know. The expert doesn't know. The general can't define courage. The priest can't define piety. They are navigating the ship of state using maps they have never actually read. It is both hilarious and terrifying. There is a quiet humor here too. It is said that Socrates was the only man in Athens who could make a decorated general retreat in panic simply by asking him to define the word bravery. But beneath the gentle mockery lies a dangerous friction. Athens is a democracy, a system built on the assumption that the average citizen possesses the wisdom to rule. Every man's opinion is weighed equally in the assembly. When Socrates stops a citizen and proves, publicly and undeniable, that this citizen has no idea what he is talking about, he is not just embarrassing a neighbor. He is pulling a loose thread that threatens to unravel the entire tapestry of democratic faith. If the cobbler does not know the nature of justice, why are we letting him vote on the death penalty? If the rhetorician cannot define good, why are we letting him decide on war? Plato sees the anger rising in the faces of those who have been questioned. They do not feel grateful for being relieved of their ignorance. They feel naked. Historians and philosophers still grapple with the Socratic problem, the puzzle of how much of this man was real, and how much was later invented by Plato to serve as a literary mouthpiece. But the emotional truth of these encounters is undeniable. We can feel the tension in the air, thick as the humidity before a summer storm. Socrates believes he is doing the city a service, a divine mission commanded by the oracle at Delphi. He calls himself the gadfly sent by the gods to sting the great, lazy horse of Athens awake. But as anyone who has ever been bitten by a horsefly knows, the immediate instinct is not to thank the insect for the wake-up call. It is to swat it. The sun begins to dip lower, casting long, distorted shadows across the marble pavement. The session ends, not with a grand conclusion, but with a question mark hanging in the air. What the Greeks call aporia, a state of puzzled wonder. The politician hurries away, muttering excuses about a dinner engagement, his dignity bruised. Socrates remains, smiling his enigmatic, snub-nosed smile, perhaps dusting off his callous feet. Young Plato lingers, his mind racing. He is beginning to understand that the truth is not a popularity contest. In the assembly nearby, thousands of men are shouting to be heard, believing that the loudest roar equals the truest path. Here, in the quiet shade, one man whispers, and the foundations of the world seem to shake. As evening settles, the sounds of the city soften into a low hum. The smells of roasting meat and incense drift from the courtyards. Socrates turns to go home to his wife, Xanthippe, a woman history has unfairly painted as a shrew. though one might argue she deserves a medal for patience, having to manage a household while her husband wanders the streets, fixing the world for free. Plato watches him go, a solitary figure against the deepening violet sky. He does not know yet that this walking contradiction, this wise fool, this ugliest beauty, is walking toward a doom that will shatter Plato's heart and harden his soul against the whims of the crowd forever. For now, there is only the twilight, the buzzing of the cicadas, and the uncomfortable, thrilling realization that the world is not as solid as the voters believe it to be. The golden sunlight of the agora does not last forever. Even in the memory of a city as bright as Athens, the sun must eventually set, and when it does, the shadows stretch out long and cold, touching everything with a finger of grey. For young Plato, the Athens of his youth was not merely a city of debates and philosophy. It was a city under siege. He was born in the shadow of the Peloponnesian War, a conflict that would span 27 agonizing years, essentially the entire duration of his childhood and early adulthood. Imagine growing up in a house where the windows are always rattled by distant thunder, but the storm never quite breaks, and the tension never fully lifts. To the north and west, the Spartan armies prowled like wolves, burning the sacred olive groves and turning the rich farmland of Attica into a charred wasteland. From the high walls of the city, a young Plato could likely see the smoke rising in thin, tragic columns, marking the destruction of the countryside. This was the backdrop of his education. Not just geometry and poetry, but the smell of ash on the wind and the constant grinding pressure of an enemy who lived for war as passionately as Athenians lived for art. The psychological toll of this long war on the democratic soul cannot be overstated. War has a way of stripping the veneer off a civilization, revealing the raw, panicked wood beneath. As the Spartan forces closed in, the rural population of Attica fled behind the protective embrace of the long walls. The massive stone fortifications that connected Athens to its port at Piraeus. The city swelled, bursting at the seams. It became a pressure cooker of humanity. Elegant avenues were clogged with refugees. Temporary shacks were built in the shadows of temples. The air grew thick and stagnant. And then, the inevitable happened. An invisible enemy slipped past the guards at the gates, far deadlier than any Spartan spear. The Great Plague struck. It moved through the cramped, sweltering city with terrifying speed, indifferent to rank or virtue. It took the beggar and the aristocrat alike. Historians and epidemiologists still argue politely over tea about what exactly this pathogen was. Was it typhus, smallpox, or perhaps an Ebola-like viral hemorrhagic fever that has since vanished from the earth? We may never know for sure, but we know what it did. It broke the spirit of Athens. It turned neighbors into strangers, terrified of each other's breath. It eroded the unwritten laws of piety and burial rites, as the dead piled up faster than the living could mourn them. In this crucible of fever and fear, Athens lost its compass. Pericles, the great statesman who had guided the democracy with a steady aristocratic hand, the man who famously said, "We do not imitate, but are a model to others," succumbed to the plague. His death left a vacuum that the wind of panic rushed to fill. Plato watched as the tone of the democracy shifted. The era of the noble orator was over. The era of the demagogue had begun. New leaders emerged from the angry crowds, men like Cleon the Tanner, who did not speak in the measured, poetic cadences of the past, but shouted in the rough, violent language of the angry mob. These new leaders told the people exactly what they wanted to hear: that their suffering was someone else's fault, that mercy was a weakness, and that violence was the only safety. Plato saw how grief could curdle into rage. He saw how a frightened population, desperate for control in a chaotic world, would vote for the man who screamed the loudest, mistaking volume for strength. There is a specific moment from this era that must have haunted any thinking person in Athens, a moment that illustrates the terrifying volatility of a direct democracy during wartime. It is the story of Mytilene. The city of Mytilene had rebelled against the Athenian Empire, and in a fit of fury, the Athenian assembly voted to send a ship to massacre every adult male in the city and enslave the women and children. It was a decision made in the heat of passion, fueled by the rhetoric of vengeance. The ship, a trireme with black sails, launched immediately, its rowers pulling hard to deliver death. But then night fell. The anger of the assembly cooled as the wine wore off. A collective hangover of conscience set in. The next morning, the citizens woke up, looked at their hands, and realized with horror what they had done. They convened an emergency session, debating frantically, and reversed their own order. A second ship was launched, a ship of mercy, tasked with chasing down the first. Picture the scene on the Aegean Sea, the second crew rowing until their lungs burned, eating barley bread, mixed with wine and oil without stopping, sleeping in shifts at the oar, driven by the desperate hope of saving their city's soul. They arrived at Mytilene just as the commander of the first ship was reading the death sentence. The massacre was prevented by minutes. It is a thrilling story, almost cinematic in its tension, but to a young observer like Plato, it was not a triumph. It was a warning. It proved that the will of the people was as changeable as the weather. A government that could vote to commit genocide on Tuesday and vote to save the victims on Wednesday was not a government based on reason. It was a beast governed by mood swings. How could one build a just society on such shifting sand? The war dragged on, grinding the optimism of the golden age into dust. The humor of the city became darker, sharper. The plays of Aristophanes from this period are full of biting satire, mocking the politicians, the generals, and the voters themselves. A kind of desperate laughter at the edge of the abyss. Even the gods seemed to have turned their backs. The Athenians, who prided themselves on their navy, eventually found their fleet destroyed, their treasury empty, and their allies gone. The starvation was so severe that people were said to be looking at the leather of their sandals with hungry eyes. Through all this, the democratic machinery kept churning, often making bad situations worse by executing successful generals for minor failures or chasing after wild imperialistic fantasies like the disastrous invasion of Sicily. For Plato, watching his city bleed out, the lesson was taking root deep in his psyche. He was seeing that freedom, without the discipline of wisdom, is merely the freedom to destroy oneself. The collective wisdom of the crowd had led them into a war they couldn't win, guided by leaders who treated politics like a wrestling match rather than a sacred duty. The violet crown of Athens was slipping. The sun was setting on the era of confidence, and the darkness that was coming would bring with it a brief, brutal experiment in oligarchy that would teach Plato that as bad as the mob was, the alternative could be just as terrifying. The war was ending, but the nightmare was just beginning. The walls that were meant to keep the Spartans out had turned Athens into a prison of its own making, and inside, the soul of the city was beginning to rot. The end of the war did not come with a bang, but with a strange, dissonant melody. It is April 404 BC. Spring has arrived in Attica, bringing with it the scent of wildflowers and the promise of renewal. But in the city of Athens, the mood is one of funereal exhaustion. The blockade has done its work. The granaries are swept clean. The people are gaunt skeletons wrapped in rags. Finally, the heavy gates creak open, not to let an army out, but to let the Spartan general Lysander in. History records this moment with a surreal cinematic detail that feels almost too artistic to be true. Yet Xenophon insists upon it. The Spartans did not just demolish the long walls, the hated symbols of Athenian defiance. They tore them down to the sound of flute girls playing festive tunes. Imagine the scene, the rhythmic crashing of hammers against stone, the dust rising in choking white clouds and weaving through the destruction, the high, cheerful piping of flutes. It was a celebration for the victors, a dance on the grave of an empire. For the Athenians watching from their rooftops, it was the sound of the world ending. For a young aristocrat like Plato, however, this moment was confusing. It was a humiliation, yes, but it was also a grim opportunity. The democracy that had killed generals and blundered into ruin was finally gone. In its place, the Spartans installed a board of 30 men to govern the city, a regime that would come to be known simply and infamously as the 30 Tyrants. At 23 years old, Plato stood at a dangerous crossroads. These new rulers were not strangers to him. Two of their leaders, Critias and Charmides, were his own relatives, his mother's cousin and her brother. They were men of high birth, education, and culture. They were not the shouting demagogues of the marketplace. They were men who read poetry and discussed philosophy. Critias, in particular, was a brilliant writer and a former associate of Socrates. In his 7th letter, a document that scholars still debate the total authenticity of, though it remains our best window into his autobiography, Plato confesses the naivety of his youth. He admits that he initially welcomed the 30. He thought they would purge the city of injustice and restore a kind of ancient noble order. He watched with a hopeful heart, believing that the chaos of the mob was about to be replaced by the discipline of the best. It is a seductive thought, isn't it? The idea that if we just clear away the noise and let the smart people run things, paradise will follow. Plato was about to learn the hardest lesson of political life. Intelligence is not the same thing as goodness. The honeymoon period lasted perhaps a few weeks. The 30 claimed they were merely removing the sycophants, the professional informers and corrupt politicians who had plagued the democracy. The city nodded along. No one missed the sycophants. But power, once unchained from the law, has a voracious appetite. Soon the definition of enemy began to expand. It wasn't just the corrupt who were arrested. It was the wealthy. The 30 needed money to pay the Spartan garrison that kept them in power, and the easiest way to get money was to execute a rich man and seize his estate. The purge became a plunder. The atmosphere in Athens shifted from relief to a terror far deeper than anything felt during the war. The agora, once loud with debate, fell into a terrified silence. Citizens walked with their eyes on the ground, afraid that meeting the gaze of a god might be interpreted as defiance. The hemlock cup became a tool of statecraft. In just 8 months, The 30 executed 1,500 Athenians, roughly 5% of the citizen population. To put that in perspective, it would be as if a modern government executed hundreds of thousands of its own people in less than a year, without trial, simply to seize their bank accounts. The best men turned out to be butchers in silk robes. Plato watched his relatives turn into monsters. He saw that tyranny was not the opposite of mob rule. It was the same beast wearing a different mask. The mob acted on collective emotion. The tyrant acted on private greed. Both ignored the true and the good. But the definitive moment, the moment that likely severed Plato's connection to the regime forever, involved his teacher. The 30 wanted to implicate as many citizens as possible in their crimes, spreading the guilt so that no one could claim innocence. They summoned 5 men to the tholos, the round administrative building in the agora, and ordered them to go to the island of Salamis to arrest a man named Leon. Leon was innocent of any crime. His only offense was being wealthy and well-liked. 4 of the men obeyed, terrified for their own lives. They went to Salamis. The 5th man was Socrates. He listened to the order, looked at the tyrants with his bulging, unimpressed eyes, and simply went home. He did not make a speech. He did not start a riot. He just refused to participate in wickedness. He walked back to his small house, sat down, and likely had a frugal dinner, fully expecting to be arrested and executed the next morning. It is a moment of quiet, devastating heroism. In a city where everyone was compromising to survive, Socrates proved that a man's soul is the one thing the state cannot touch unless he surrenders it. He was saved only by luck, or perhaps divine providence, when the regime suddenly collapsed shortly after. The collapse of the 30 was as violent as their rise. The democratic exiles, led by a man named Thrasybulus, gathered in the mountains like a storm cloud. They swept down, seizing the port of Piraeus. A vicious civil war erupted in the streets, neighbor fighting neighbor, cousin fighting cousin. Critias, the philosopher-tyrant, was killed in the fighting, his brilliance doing nothing to stop a spear. The Spartans, perhaps realizing that their puppet government was more trouble than it was worth, eventually allowed the democracy to be restored. Peace returned, but it was a fragile, bruised peace. The amnesty of 403 BC was declared, a remarkable political invention where both sides swore an oath to forget the past and not prosecute crimes committed during the Civil War. It was a desperate attempt to glue the shattered city back together. But you cannot legislate memory. The scars remained. Plato, now 24, looked at the restored democracy with new eyes. He had seen the madness of the majority, and he had seen the cruelty of the few. He realized that the problem was not the form of government, democracy, oligarchy, monarchy. The problem was the human material out of which these governments were built. If the best men like Critias could be corrupted so easily by power, and if the free men of the democracy could be so easily swayed by panic, where was hope to be found? The young philosopher was beginning to understand that political solutions are just band-aids on a spiritual wound. You cannot have a good city if the men living in it have sick souls. The chaos he saw in the streets was merely a reflection of the chaos inside the human heart, the disorder of appetite ruling over reason. As the dust settled and the flute music of the Spartan demolition faded into memory, a new tension began to rise. The restored democracy was anxious to prove its piety, to prove it was traditional and safe. It needed scapegoats. It needed to show that it had cleansed itself of the impiety that had caused the war and the plague. And there, walking through the marketplace, annoying people with questions, was the man who had taught Critias, the man who questioned everything, the man who stood alone. Socrates had survived the 30, but the democracy was watching him with narrowing eyes. The stage was being set for the final tragedy, and Plato, heartsick and weary, could only watch as the city he loved prepared to commit a crime that would stain it forever. The restoration of democracy in 403 BC was like the setting of a broken bone, necessary, painful, and leaving the limb forever stiffer than it was before. On the surface, Athens seemed to have healed. The agora filled up again. The courts reopened. The assembly met on the Pnyx, the rocky hill overlooking the Acropolis, where thousands of men sat on the ground to listen to speeches and raise their hands in judgment. The act of oblivion, the amnesty, was technically working. Men who had fought on opposite sides of the barricades now bought onions from each other in the market, nodding politely, pretending that one hadn't tried to kill the other just months ago. But beneath this polite veneer, the city was seething with unhealed trauma. Trauma, when suppressed, does not vanish. It ferments. Athens was a city suffering from a collective nervous breakdown. They had lost their empire, their wealth, and their pride. They had seen their sacred temples desecrated and their walls torn down. In times of such deep national humiliation, societies often look inward, searching for the internal enemy, the cancer that weakened the body politic from within. They became obsessed with purity, with traditional values, with returning to the imaginary golden days of their ancestors. They did not want new ideas. They wanted safety. They wanted the comfort of the familiar. It is in this atmosphere of paranoid conservatism that the Socratic problem shifted from being a philosophical annoyance to a political danger. To the average Athenian, walking past the Stoa, Socrates was no longer just the eccentric barefoot questioner. He was a symbol of everything that had gone wrong. "Look at his students," they whispered. Alcibiades, the brilliant, treacherous general who had defected to Sparta and helped ruin the war effort. Was he not Socrates' beloved pupil? Critias, the leader of the 30 tyrants who had butchered the democrats, was he not a constant companion of the old philosopher? To the bruised public mind, the connection was obvious. Socrates taught young men to question authority. Those young men grew up to overthrow the government and betray the city. Therefore, Socrates was a manufacturer of traitors. It did not matter that Socrates had defied Critias. It did not matter that he had stayed in Athens during the plague while others fled. The narrative was set. He was the intellectual father of the city's destruction. He was the gadfly whose sting had become poisonous. Plato, watching this mood harden, must have felt a creeping sense of dread. He saw the danger that his teacher refused to acknowledge. Socrates continued his daily rounds, seemingly oblivious to the change in the weather. He questioned the poets about the meaning of their verses and found them lacking. He questioned the politicians about the nature of justice and found them hollow. He was like a man lighting matches in a room filled with gunpowder, insisting that he was only trying to shed a little light. Then came the accusation. It did not come from the state itself, for in Athens, any citizen could bring charges against another. It came from three men, Meletus, a young and rather insignificant poet with lanky hair and a beard that wasn't very good. Anytus, a powerful politician and a tanner by trade who represented the restored democratic establishment, and Lycon, a rhetorician. They posted the indictment in the royal store, the office of the King Archon, responsible for religious matters. The charges were vague but terrifyingly capital. Socrates is guilty of corrupting the youth and of not believing in the gods the city believes in, but in other new spiritual things. The charges were a masterpiece of legal vagueness. Corrupting the youth could mean anything from teaching them to talk back to their fathers to inciting revolution. Not believing in the gods was a charge of atheism, or worse, creating a private cult, which in a city that believed its safety depended on divine favor, was akin to treason. If the gods were angry at Athens, and the lost war suggested they were, then the man who offended them was a public health hazard. Plato describes the scene of the preliminary hearing in his dialogue Euthyphro. He shows us Socrates waiting on the steps of the King Archon's court, calm, chatty, and utterly unbothered. He runs into Euthyphro, a fanatical priest who is there to prosecute his own father for murder, a shocking act of piety. Socrates engages him in a discussion about what piety actually is, effortlessly tying the man in logical knots. It is classic Socrates. On the verge of being tried for his life, for being impious, he stops to have a philosophical debate about the definition of piety. He is incapable of being anyone other than himself, even at the edge of the grave. But for Plato, the humor of the Euthyphro is shadowed by the looming tragedy. He sees that the city is not interested in definitions. They are interested in blood. The trial is set. A jury of 501 citizens, a massive slice of the population, is selected by lot. These are not judges or lawyers. They are farmers, potters, veterans, and shopkeepers. They are the demos. They are the voice of the people. And they are angry. We must understand the physical setting of this trial to feel its weight. It likely took place in the Heliaia, the Supreme Court of Athens, an open-air enclosure buzzing with noise. The jurors sat on wooden benches, clutching their voting tokens, bronze discs with a solid hub for innocent and a hollow hub for guilty. There was no judge to direct the proceedings, only a water clock, the clepsydra, drip, drip, dripping away, the time allotted for each speech. The sun beat down. The crowd smelled of garlic and sweat. It was a spectacle, a contest of performance. The prosecutors spoke first, painting Socrates as a dangerous sophist, a man who made the weaker argument appear the stronger, a man who whispered poison into the ears of the young. They played to the jury's prejudices, to their fear of oligarchs, to their grief over the war. They did not need to prove legal facts. They only needed to evoke a feeling. We are unsafe, and this man is the cause. Then it was Socrates' turn. Any normal man would have wept. It was standard practice in Athenian trials to bring your weeping wife and children onto the stand, to beg the jury for mercy, to parade your poverty and your patriotism. This was the theater of pity that the democracy expected. It flattered the jury, reminding them of their power. Socrates did none of it. He stood up, old and defiant, wearing his threadbare cloak. He did not apologize. He did not beg. Instead, he gave the most famous non-defense in history. He told the jury that he was not a nuisance, but a gift from the gods. He compared himself to a gadfly sent to sting a lazy horse. He claimed that he was the wisest man in Athens solely because he knew that he knew nothing. He dismantled the accuser's logic with the same ease he used in the marketplace. But to the jury, this was not wisdom. It was unbearable arrogance. Who was this old beggar to tell them, the sovereign people of Athens, that they were asleep? Who was he to say he was a gift? His refusal to play the game, to show fear, was interpreted as contempt for the democracy itself. Plato, sitting in the audience, watching the faces of the jurors harden, must have wanted to scream. He saw his teacher speaking the absolute truth, and he saw that the truth was precisely what was killing him. The water clock ran dry. The herald called for the vote. The bronze discs clattered into the urns. The count was close, closer than we often remember. Out of 500 or so votes, a shift of only 30 would have acquitted him. But the majority ruled. Guilty. The tragedy was not over. In Athens, after a guilty verdict, the penalty was decided in a second phase. The prosecution proposed death. The defense was allowed to propose an alternative punishment, a fine or exile. If Socrates had proposed a reasonable fine or agreed to leave Athens and never return, the jury almost certainly would have accepted it. They didn't really want to kill the old man. They just wanted him to shut up and go away. But Socrates rose again. He looked at the jury and said, in effect, "What does a man deserve who has spent his life neglecting his own wealth to care for your souls? I propose that my punishment should be free meals for life at the Prytaneum, alongside the Olympic victors." A gasp must have gone through the crowd. It was a joke, a brilliant, biting piece of irony, but it sealed his fate. The jury was insulted. This time, when they voted on the penalty, more people voted for death than had voted for guilt. They were not killing him for his crimes anymore. They were killing him for his insolence. Plato records the final words of the speech. "The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways, I to die, and you to live. Which is better, God only knows." The trial ended. The guards took the old man by the arm. He was led not back to his home, but to the public prison, a humble structure near the marketplace. The sun set on Athens, and the city went to dinner, feeling perhaps a little righteous, perhaps a little uneasy. But for Plato, the world had fundamentally broken. The city of words had killed the man of reason. The experiment of democracy had failed the ultimate test. And as the heavy wooden door of the cell slammed shut, the young philosopher was left on the outside, staring at a society that he could no longer trust, and a future that suddenly felt very dark and very lonely. The heavy wooden door of the prison closes, and the noise of the city is instantly cut off, replaced by the damp, earthen silence of the cell. The trial is over, but the agony of the aftermath is only just beginning. For most condemned men in Athens, the path from the courthouse to the grave was short, usually a matter of hours. The sun would set, the hemlock would be crowned, and the deed would be done before the market opened the next morning. But for Socrates, fate, or perhaps the ironic humor of the gods, had arranged a strange and torturous delay. It is a detail of history that often gets lost in the summaries. But for the young Plato, it must have felt like a cruel suspension of time, a holding of breath that lasted for 30 days. Just the day before the trial, the Athenians had crowned the stern of a sacred ship with garlands of laurel. This was the vessel of Theseus, the legendary ship that sailed annually to the holy island of Delos to honor Apollo. According to ancient law, As long as this ship was at sea, the city of Athens had to remain ritually pure. No public executions were allowed. The state could not take a life while the ship was dancing on the waves for the god of light. And so, because of a pious technicality, the man condemned for impiety was granted a month of twilight existence. He was not dead, but he was no longer part of the living city. He sat in the limestone cell, carved into the hill of the Pnyx, waiting for the wind to change. For Plato and the other disciples, Crito, Phaedo, Antisthenes, this month became a surreal, heartbreaking vigil. They gathered at the prison gates every morning at dawn, waiting for the jailer to unlock the heavy iron bars. The jailer, a simple man who had grown fond of the old philosopher, would let them in, and there they would find Socrates, often rubbing his legs where the shackles had chafed him, smiling as if he were hosting a dinner party rather than waiting for his execution. The scene inside that cell was a microcosm of everything Plato loved and feared. Outside, the democracy was loud, chaotic, and vindictive. Inside, in the shadows, there was reason, calm, and love. It was a stark contrast that would form the bedrock of Plato's future philosophy. The cave of the ignorant world versus the sunlight of the philosophical soul. But the tension was unbearable. The friends were not just visiting, they were plotting. Crito, the oldest and wealthiest of the circle, could not accept the verdict. He was a practical man, a man of business, and to him, the solution was obvious. Bribery. The prison guards were poorly paid. The walls were not insurmountable. Crito had friends in Thessaly who would welcome Socrates with open arms. Escape was not just possible, it was easy. One night, Crito sat by the old man's sleeping mat and laid it all out. He pleaded with the desperation of a man about to lose his best friend. "Think of your children," he urged. "Think of what your enemies will say, that we were too cheap or too cowardly to save you. Do not play into their hands." It is here, in the damp gloom of the cell, that the true trial took place. The public trial in the agora had been a sham of rhetoric. This private trial was a test of integrity. Socrates listened to the escape plan, the rustling of the map, the clinking of the coins, and then he dismantled it. He did not refuse because he wanted to die. He refused because he refused to break the law, even the law that was wrongly killing him. In one of the most profound arguments in Western thought, later immortalized by Plato in the Crito, Socrates imagines the laws of Athens appearing before him like ghostly figures. They ask him, "Did we not birth you? Did we not educate you? Did you not agree, by living in this city for 70 years, to abide by our rules? To break the law now, because it was inconvenient, would be to destroy the very idea of law itself. A citizen cannot choose to obey only when the verdict goes his way. That is not citizenship. That is anarchy. I must submit," Socrates argued, "not to the men who judged me, but to the laws that raised me." Plato heard this, and his heart must have broken twice. Once for the injustice of the city, and once for the maddening, beautiful stubbornness of his teacher. Socrates was choosing to die to save the sanctity of the very system that was murdering him. It was a moral victory, but a physical tragedy. The young philosopher realized that the good was something far more rigid and demanding than mere survival. Most men would choose life over principle. Socrates was showing them that a life without principle was not a life worth living. As the days dragged on, the atmosphere in the city grew strange. The sacred ship became a topic of obsession. People would run to the port of Piraeus, shielding their eyes against the sun, scanning the horizon for the white sails. Has it been spotted at Sunium? They would ask. Is the wind from the north? The ship became a ticking clock. For the enemies of Socrates, it was a frustration. For his friends, it was a daily reprieve that felt like torture. Every evening the sun went down, without the ship arriving, was another day of conversation, another day of borrowed time. It is said that during this period, Plato fell ill. He mentions it briefly, almost dismissively, in the Phaedo. Plato, I think, was ill. Historians have analyzed this absence for centuries. Was it a physical fever? Or was it a sickness of the soul, a psychosomatic collapse brought on by grief and the sheer trauma of watching his world tear itself apart? It is easy to imagine the young man lying in his family's home, staring at the ceiling, burning with a fever that was half rage and half despair, unable to bear the sight of the prison cell where his father figure was counting down the hours. He was present in spirit, but his body had rebelled against the reality of the situation. Finally, the word came. A messenger arrived from Sunium. The ship had been sighted. The white sails were rounding the cape. The voyage of Apollo was over. The purity of the city was restored, which meant the killing could resume. The chain of days had run out. The sun that rose the next morning would be the last one Socrates would ever see. The mood in the prison shifted from a seminar to a wake. The jailer, with tears in his eyes, unlocked the shackles for the final time to let the old man move freely. Xanthippe visited with their youngest child in her arms, weeping uncontrollably, the raw, honest sound of human grief piercing the philosophical calm. Socrates, gentle but firm, asked for her to be taken home, sparing her the final horror. He wanted the end to be a transition, not a spectacle. Outside, the agora was business as usual. Fish were sold, votes were cast, and arguments were had. The machinery of democracy chugged along, indifferent to the fact that it was about to extinguish its brightest light. But inside the cell, the air was thick with a heavy, sacred silence. The time for arguments was over. The time for questions was done. The sun began to lower in the sky, casting long golden bars across the limestone floor. The last sunset. The poison was being prepared. The cup was being filled. And Plato, perhaps still tossing in his fevered bed, miles away, or perhaps standing just outside the gate, felt the crushing weight of a question that would drive him for the rest of his life. How can a city be saved when it is determined to destroy its own physicians? The moment of death, when it finally comes, is rarely as dramatic as the poets make it sound. It is quiet, domestic, and terrifyingly final. The sun has touched the peaks of the mountains to the west, painting the sky in bruises of purple and gold. This is the official signal. By Athenian law, the execution must take place before the sun vanishes completely. The jailer enters, carrying a small clay cup. He is not a monster. He is a servant of the state, and he is weeping. He tells Socrates that he is the noblest and gentlest and best man who has ever come to this place. It is a strange, jarring moment of humanity in the midst of a state-sanctioned murder. The man who is about to kill Socrates loves him. This is the paradox of Athens in a single gesture. A city that admires the man it is compelled to destroy. Socrates takes the cup. He does not tremble. His hand is steady, steadier perhaps than the hands of the young men gathered around him. He looks at the jailer and asks, in his usual practical tone, if he can pour a libation to the gods, a small offering of the poison spilled on the floor. The jailer shakes his head. "We only grind just enough," he says. "It is a mundane detail, the economy of death. Even poison is rationed in the democracy." Socrates nods, smiles, and with a prayer for a safe journey from this world to the next, raises the cup to his lips. He drinks it swiftly, as if it were a cup of wine at a banquet, draining the hemlock to the dregs. A collective gasp goes through the small cell. Until this second, his friends had held onto a shred of magical thinking, the hope that a reprieve would come, that the walls would fall down, that the gods would intervene. But the cup is empty. The reality crashes down on them. Phaedo, the young narrator of the scene, hides his face in his cloak and begins to sob. Crito, unable to control himself, stumbles out of the room to weep in private. The sound of their grief fills the small stone chamber, a raw animal sound that contrasts sharply with the silence of the old man. Socrates lowers the cup and looks at them with genuine surprise. "What is this strange outcry?" he asks. "I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not offend in this way. For I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet and have patience." He stands up and begins to walk around the cell, as the jailer instructed. The hemlock acts slowly. It is a paralytic, creeping up the body from the extremities to the heart. He walks until his legs feel heavy, a sensation like lead filling his veins. Then he lies down on his back, composing himself on the hard bench. The jailer kneels beside him, pressing his foot hard. "Do you feel this?" he asks. Socrates answers, "No." The numbness has taken his feet. The jailer moves up to his shins, then his thighs. The cold is rising. It is a slow erasure of the physical self, a turning of flesh into stone. Plato, absent in body, but present in every line of the account he would later write, captures this moment with a detachment that barely masks the screaming pain beneath the prose. He describes the cold reaching the waist. Socrates covers his face, perhaps to hide the physical signs of death, or perhaps to focus on the journey inward. But then, in the final moment, he uncovers his face one last time. He has remembered a debt. "Crito," he whispers, his voice growing faint, "we owe a cock to Asclepius. Pay it and do not neglect it." These are his last words. Asclepius is the god of healing. You sacrifice a rooster to him when you recover from an illness. The meaning hits the listeners with the force of a physical blow. Socrates is not seeing death as a tragedy. He sees life, this messy, compromised physical life of the body, as the sickness. Death is the cure. He is finally being healed of the burden of mortality. He is thanking the god for his recovery. Crito, tears streaming down his face, leans in. "It shall be done," he promises. "Is there anything else?" There is no answer. The eyes stare fixedly. The mouth falls slightly open. Crito reaches out and gently closes his friend's eyes and mouth. The gadfly of Athens is silent. The man who asked why, until the city could not bear it anymore, has been answered with the finality of the grave. The impact of this moment on Plato is catastrophic. It is the singularity around which his entire life will now orbit. The democracy, the system of equality, has just murdered the best man in the world. It was not an accident. It was the logical result of a system that values persuasion over truth. The jury listened to the sweet lies of the accusers, and killed the man who told them the bitter truth. Plato realizes with a cold crystal clarity that the ship of state is being steered by a mutinous crew of drunks who have thrown the navigator overboard. He looks at the dead face of his teacher and sees the failure of the polis. He sees that politics cannot be left to the whims of the crowd, because the crowd is blind. They are like children who kill the doctor because the medicine tastes bad. In this small poison-scented cell, the young Aristocles dies, and Plato, the philosopher, is born. He is born not in wonder, but in trauma. He realizes that if the world is to be saved, it cannot be by voting. It must be by a radical restructuring of the human soul. The Republic, that great city of words he will one day build in the clouds, begins here, in the ashes of his faith in Athens. The friends linger for a while, unsure of what to do. The sun has fully set now. The cell is dark, lit only by the flickering oil lamp. Outside, the noises of the city have quieted down. The Athenians are sleeping, unaware that they have just committed a crime that history will never forgive. They think they have solved a problem. They think they have removed a nuisance. They do not know that they have created a ghost that will haunt the corridors of human thought for the next 2,500 years. Plato will not stay to watch the city celebrate its purification. He cannot breathe the air here anymore. It tastes of hemlock. He needs distance. He needs to find a place where wisdom is honored, not prosecuted. He packs his few belongings. He takes his scrolls, his grief, and his burning anger. He turns his back on the Acropolis, on the Agora, on the violet-crowned hills of his youth. The wanderer is about to begin his journey, driven by a grief so profound it will eventually be transmuted into the golden geometry of the forms. The city of Athens has killed his teacher, but it has unwittingly unleashed his student. The days following the death of Socrates were filled with a silence that was louder than any scream. Athens, the city of noise and debate, suddenly felt to Plato like a graveyard. The familiar streets where he had walked with his teacher, the dusty path to the Lyceum, the shaded porticos of the gymnasia, were now haunted. Every corner held a memory. Here Socrates had dismantled a sophist. There he had stood in a trance for hours, listening to his inner voice. The physical city remained the same. The Parthenon still gleamed white against the blue sky. The olive trees still shimmered in the heat. But the soul of the place had vanished. To Plato, Athens was no longer a home. It was a crime scene. There was also a very practical, sharp-edged fear in the air. The mood of the democracy had not softened with the execution. If anything, the taste of blood had made the beast more unpredictable. The associates of Socrates were marked men. If the city could kill the old master, a harmless man of 70, what would stop them from rounding up his younger, more vigorous disciples? Rumors swirled in the marketplaces. Eyes followed them. The Socratic circle was broken, and its members were scattering like sparks from a dying fire. Plato, now 28 years old, made the decision to leave. It was not a casual trip. It was a flight. He packed his belongings with the haste of a refugee. He took his scrolls, his few tunics, and perhaps a stash of silver drachmas. But he left behind his ambitions, the political career that his family had planned for him, the role he was born to play in the assembly. All of it was abandoned. He could not serve a system that had murdered wisdom. He turned his back on the violet-crowned city, and one can imagine him pausing at the Dipylon gate, looking back one last time at the Acropolis. To most, it was a symbol of glory. To him, it now looked like a whitened sepulchre, beautiful on the outside but full of bones and rot within. His first destination was Megara, a city just a day's walk to the west. It was a strange choice, historically speaking. Megara had been a bitter rival of Athens during the war. The Megarian decree had been one of the sparks that ignited the conflict. To walk there was to walk into the house of the enemy. But Megara was home to Euclides, a former student of Socrates and a man of immense kindness and sharp intellect. Euclides had risked his life during the war to sneak into Athens just to hear Socrates speak, disguising himself in a woman's veil and cloak to bypass the guards. Now, he opened his doors to the frightened orphans of philosophy. In Megara, the refugees huddled together. It must have been a strange household, a collection of brilliant, traumatized young men arguing about logic and grief while eating foreign bread. Euclides tried to comfort them with dialectics, but for Plato, the proximity to Athens was still too painful. He could still see the same stars. He could still smell the same Aegean salt. He needed to go further. He needed to find a place where the rules of reality were different. The restlessness of the exile took hold of him. He realized that if he stayed in Greece, he would always be Plato the Athenian, defined by his city and its failures. To find the truth, he had to become a nobody. He had to become a stranger. And so, the great wandering began. Historians still argue over the exact itinerary of Plato's lost years. The timeline is blurry, written in the margins of ancient biographies that often mix fact with legend. Did he travel for 3 years? 10 years? Did he really fund his travels by selling olive oil, as Plutarch suggests? A humble trade for an aristocrat, but a poetic one, selling the light of Athens to pay for his search for the light of the mind. We imagine him boarding a merchant ship at the port of Nicaea. The vessel smells of tar and unwashed sailors. He is no longer the wealthy son of Ariston. He is just a passenger wrapped in a grey cloak, watching the coastline recede until the mountains of Attica are swallowed by the sea. He sailed south, across the wine-dark Mediterranean, towards the coast of Africa. His destination was Cyrene, a Greek colony in modern-day Libya. Cyrene was famous for 2 things: a medicinal plant called silphium, which was worth its weight in gold, and mathematics. It was here that he sought out Theodorus, a brilliant geometer who had once tutored Socrates. Plato was trading the ambiguity of politics for the certainty of numbers. In Athens, words shifted their meaning. Justice could mean revenge if the crowd shouted loud enough. But in geometry, a triangle was always a triangle. The sum of the angles did not depend on a vote. There was a deep, soothing therapy in this. One can picture Plato sitting in the cool courtyards of Cyrene, drawing circles in the sand, finding comfort in the perfect, unchangeable laws of space. Here, at least, was a truth that no jury could execute. But even mathematics was not enough. The hunger in him was spiritual as well as intellectual. He felt the pull of something older, something deeper than the logic of the Greeks. He looked east toward the great river civilization that had stood for thousands of years, while Athens was still a collection of mud huts. He looked toward Egypt. The journey to Egypt was a crossing into another world. To the Greeks, Egypt was a land of mystery, a place where the gods had animal heads and the temples were built to last forever. Herodotus, the historian, had written of it with wide-eyed wonder, describing it as the gift of the Nile. When Plato arrived, stepping off the boat at the chaotic port of Naucratis, he was stepping out of time. He saw a society that was the exact opposite of Athens. Athens was obsessed with the new, with the now, with the changing whim of the moment. Egypt was obsessed with the eternal. Nothing changed here. The pharaoh ruled as a god. The sun rose and set. The river flooded and receded. It was a rhythm of immense, crushing stability. For a young man traumatized by chaos, this stability must have felt like a cool hand on a fevered forehead. He traveled south, perhaps to Heliopolis, the city of the sun, which was the center of Egyptian priestly learning. There is a persistent tradition, likely embellished, but emotionally true, that Plato spent time with the priests there, trying to learn their secrets. Imagine the scene. The tall, broad-shouldered Greek, struggling with the language, standing in the shadow of a colossal statue of Ra. The priests, with their shaven heads and white linen robes, likely looked at him with a mix of amusement and pity. One priest is said to have told him, "You Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." He meant that the Greek memory was short. They forgot their pasts, reinventing themselves with every generation, every revolution. They had no ancient wisdom, only young, frantic questions. Plato took this insult and held it close. He realized the priest was right. Democracy was a system of eternal childhood, a constant bickering over the immediate, with no respect for the ancient structure of things. He began to wonder, was there a way to combine the critical mind of the Greek with the stability of the Egyptian? Could one build a city that was rational, like a geometer's proof, but stable like a pyramid? The nights in the desert were different than the nights in Attica. The sky was vast, the stars incredibly bright. Lying on a reed mat, listening to the wind hiss through the palm trees, Plato felt the Athenian part of him dying away. He was shedding the skin of his upbringing. He was no longer just a citizen of a failed state. He was becoming a citizen of the cosmos. The grief for Socrates was still there, a hard knot in his chest. But it was beginning to transform into something else, a determination. He would not just mourn the just man. He would build a world where the just man would be safe. He would find the blueprint for a society that was immune to the mob. He was far from home, eating strange food, speaking broken tongues, and wearing out his sandals on foreign roads. But for the first time since the trial, he felt a sense of direction. He was not running away anymore. He was hunting. He was hunting for the cure to the human condition. And as he packed his bag to leave Egypt, looking toward the coast of Italy, where the mysterious Pythagoreans lived, he knew the next leg of his journey would take him even deeper into the secrets of the universe. The unknown was no longer terrifying. It was the only place where the answer might be hiding. To travel from the restless, shouting ports of Greece to the banks of the Nile was to travel from a storm into a stone. Plato arrived in Egypt not merely as a tourist, but as a man starving for permanence. Athens was a city of wood and clay, a place where laws were written on wax tablets that could be melted down and smoothed over the very next day. Egypt was a civilization of granite. Here, the laws were carved into the bedrock of the earth itself, intended to last not for an election cycle, but for the lifespan of the stars. As the young philosopher walked through the colonnades of Heliopolis, the city of the sun, he felt a profound, vibrating silence that was entirely alien to his Greek soul. There was no assembly here. There were no fishmongers shouting down generals. There was only the rhythmic rise and fall of the river, the slow procession of the sun god Ra across the cloudless sky, and a social order that had remained virtually unchanged for 3,000 years. For a man traumatized by the volatility of the mob, this stagnation was not oppressive. It was intoxicating. It felt like safety. Plato spent his days in the shadow of temples that were already ancient when the Trojan War was being fought. He observed a society where everyone knew their place. The farmer farmed, the soldier fought, and the priest prayed. No one questioned their role. A shoemaker in Memphis did not aspire to be a general. He aspired to be a good shoemaker, as his father and grandfather had been before him. In Athens, this lack of social mobility would have been seen as tyranny. But Plato, looking through the lens of his recent grief, saw it as a form of divine harmony. When everyone stays in their assigned orbit, the universe does not crash. When everyone tries to be the sun, the world burns. He sought out the priests, the keepers of this immense stability. These men were terrifyingly different from the amateur priests of Athens. In Greece, a priest might be a lottery-selected official serving a one-year term. In Egypt, the priesthood was a lifelong vocation, a caste of scholars who shaved their bodies, bathed in cold water 4 times a day, and guarded the secrets of the library temples. They were the original philosopher-kings, or at least the philosopher-advisors. They possessed knowledge of astronomy, medicine, and history that made Greek learning look like nursery rhymes. It is said that Plato studied with a priest named Secnuphis, or perhaps Chonouphis, in the great temple complexes. The communication must have been difficult, filtered through interpreters or broken Greek, but the message that came through was clear and devastating. In one famous exchange, later recounted in his dialogue Timaeus, an elderly Egyptian priest looked at the inquisitive Greek visitor and sighed with the weary patience of a grandfather. "O Solon, Solon," he said, addressing Plato's ancestor, but the words pierced Plato himself. "You Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." Plato asked what he meant. The priest explained that the Greek mind was young because their civilization was constantly being wiped out by floods, fires, or wars, forcing them to start over again and again with no memory of what came before. "You have no belief rooted in old tradition," the priest told him, "and no knowledge hoary with age." Egypt, by contrast, remembered everything. They had records stretching back 10,000 years. They had seen empires rise and fall like tides. To them, the great war between Athens and Sparta was nothing more than a squabble between toddlers in a sandbox. This accusation of childishness struck a nerve deep within Plato. It validated his deepest fear, that democracy was essentially a political form of immaturity. It was a system ruled by impulse, by the "I want" and the "I feel," rather than the "I know." Children are governed by emotion. Adults are governed by reason. Children want candy, rhetoric. Adults choose medicine, truth. Athens had acted like a petulant child when it executed Socrates, throwing a tantrum because it didn't like being told what to do. Egypt represented the adult state, stern, rigid, perhaps a little cold, but undeniably stable. Plato also noticed something else in Egypt that would deeply influence his future writings: the regulation of art. In Athens, the playwrights and musicians were free to innovate, to shock, to stir up the passions of the crowd. A new style of flute playing could start a fashion craze. A subversive comedy could bring down a politician. The Egyptian priests found this horrifying. In Egypt, the forms of art were fixed by law. The statues were carved according to a sacred grid. The music was composed to specific mathematical harmonies designed to calm the soul, not excite it. Innovation was considered a corruption. They believed that if you allowed the rules of music to change, the fundamental laws of the state would eventually change with them. To a modern artist, this sounds like a nightmare. To Plato, standing in the quiet, colossal halls of Karnak, it sounded like a solution. He began to entertain a radical thought. Perhaps total freedom is not the friend of art, but its enemy. Perhaps a just city requires a censor, not to oppress the people, but to protect them from chaotic influences that disorder the soul. If music can shape character, and Plato believed it could, with the power of a drug, then surely the state has a duty to ensure the music is healthy. He saw how the repetitive, solemn chants of the Egyptian temples created a mood of reverence and discipline. He contrasted this with the frenzied, emotional theater of Athens, which whipped the audience into hysteria. He walked the banks of the Nile, watching the fellahin, the peasants, working the black earth with the same tools their ancestors had used for millennia. They were not free in the Athenian sense. They did not vote. They did not debate policy. But they were fed. They were safe. Their lives had a rhythm and a meaning derived from serving a greater whole. Plato wondered, were they happier than the nervous, arguing, voting citizens of Athens? Was freedom just a fancy word for anxiety? He began to suspect that justice was not about equality, but about structure. Justice was when the head, the wise, ruled the belly, the appetites, and the chest, the soldiers, protected the body. Egypt was a body that had survived because its head was in charge. Athens was a body convulsing in a seizure because the belly had taken over. As the months passed, the Egyptian seduction worked its way into his bones. He was filling his mental luggage with dangerous, powerful ideas. He was learning that a society could be engineered, designed like a machine to produce stability. But he also knew he could not stay. He was not Egyptian. He was Greek. He could admire the stone, but he could not become it. He needed to find a way to translate this ancient, static wisdom into the dynamic, logical language of his own people. He needed a bridge between the mysticism of the Nile and the mathematics of the mind. He found the promise of this bridge in the stories he heard about a strange cult living in the south of Italy. They were Greeks, but they did not live like Athenians. They did not live for pleasure or power. They lived for numbers. They believed that the universe was made of music and that the soul could be tuned like a lyre. They were the Pythagoreans. Plato bid farewell to the priests of Heliopolis. He stood one last time before the Sphinx, looking into its blank, crumbling eyes. It had watched the sun rise for thousands of years without blinking, indifferent to the folly of men. He turned away, feeling older, heavier, and wiser. He had gone to Egypt looking for a refuge. He left with a blueprint. He boarded a ship bound for the chaotic West once more, carrying with him the first ghostly outlines of the Republic. A city not of stone, but of words, yet built to be as eternal and unmoving as a pyramid in the desert. The child of Athens was gone. The architect of the ideal city was beginning to emerge. The ship carried Plato across the Ionian Sea, away from the ancient silence of the pyramids, and toward the rocky, sun-drenched coast of southern Italy. This region was known as Magna Graecia, Greater Greece. It was a scattering of Greek colonies that felt wilder, stranger, and more experimental than the motherland. If Athens was the city of politicians and Egypt was the land of priests, then Italy was the laboratory of mystics. Plato landed in Tarentum, a powerful port city where the air smelled of tar, shellfish, and secrets. He had come to find the Pythagoreans, a brotherhood that was whispered about in every philosophical circle from Sicily to Asia Minor. They were said to possess a knowledge that could unlock the very code of the universe, but they guarded it with a jealousy that made the Egyptian priests look like gossips. He found them not in a temple, but in a kind of commune, a brotherhood of men and women who lived by a code of silence and purity. They wore simple white robes, refused to eat meat or beans, believing them to contain souls or the breath of life, and began their days with hymns to Apollo. But unlike the religious cults of Athens, their god was not a capricious figure of myth. Their god was number. At the head of this community was Archytas of Tarentum. To Plato, Archytas must have seemed like a creature from a dream. He was a brilliant mathematician, a general who had never lost a battle, and a beloved statesman who had been elected strategos, general, 7 years in a row, defying the term limits of his city. Here, finally, was the living proof that a philosopher could rule. Archytas was not a useless stargazer like the men mocked in Athens. He was a man of power who used geometry to solve problems of mechanics and statecraft. He proved that the abstract mind could navigate the real world better than the practical mind, because the abstract mind understood the underlying structures of reality. Plato was initiated into their mysteries, though likely as an outsider looking in. He watched as they plucked the single string of a monochord, an instrument used to demonstrate the relationship between math and sound. They showed him that music was not magic. It was ratio. If you halve the length of the string, the note jumps up exactly 1 octave, a 2.1 ratio. If you take 2/3 of the string, you get a perfect fifth, 3.2. The beauty of a melody was not a matter of opinion. It was a matter of mathematical law. This revelation hit Plato with the force of a lightning bolt. In Athens, beauty and justice were treated as subjective things, dependent on how the voters felt that day. But the Pythagoreans showed him that there were invisible, unbreakable laws governing harmony. If these laws governed music, surely they must also govern the soul and the city. The Pythagoreans taught that the entire cosmos was a vast orchestra, the music of the spheres. The planets in their orbits, the sun and the stars, all moved according to precise mathematical ratios, humming a symphony that humans could not hear, because we are born into it and have never known silence. Disorder, disease, and injustice were simply bad math. They were instances of being out of tune. A sick body was a body where the balance of hot and cold, wet and dry, had lost its ratio. A sick city was one where the rich and poor, the rulers and the ruled, were vibrating at dissonant frequencies. For Plato, this was the missing piece of the puzzle. Egypt had given him the desire for order, but the Pythagoreans gave him the tool to build it. The tool was education. You could not just force people to be good. You had to tune their souls like lyres. You had to teach them geometry, astronomy, and harmony, not to make them useful surveyors or sailors, but to turn their souls away from the chaotic world of the senses and toward the eternal world of numbers. He spent hours walking with Archytas along the cliffs overlooking the sea, discussing how this mathematical order could be applied to politics. Archytas explained that a true ruler does not seek power. He seeks harmony. He balances the state so that no part grows too large at the expense of the others, just as a musician balances the tension of the strings. If the tension is too loose, anarchy, there is no sound. If it is too tight, tyranny, the string snaps. The goal of the statesman is to find the golden mean. It was here, among the white-robed mathematicians, that Plato began to form his theory of the tripartite soul. He saw that just as a musical chord requires different notes to blend into one sound, the human soul is composed of distinct parts: reason, spirit, and appetite. The trouble in Athens was that the appetite, the mob, was trying to lead the reason, the philosophers. It was a musical inversion, a cacophony. To fix the world, one had to re-establish the hierarchy of the chord. Reason must be the tonic note, the anchor around which the others harmonize. There is a legend that Plato purchased 3 books of Pythagorean doctrine from a man named Philolaus for a massive sum of silver, money he had perhaps saved or borrowed. These books were precious because the Pythagoreans rarely wrote anything down. Whether true or not, the investment paid off. Plato was leaving Italy with a treasure far greater than gold. He had found the logos, the rational structure of the universe. He now understood that the chaos of the physical world was just a shadow, a flawed copy of a perfect mathematical reality that existed in a higher realm. He looked at the world now and saw it differently. He didn't just see trees and men. He saw triangles, circles, and ratios struggling to manifest themselves in matter. He realized that a perfect circle does not exist in the sand. It only exists in the mind of the geometer. In the same way, a perfect city might never exist in the dirt and mud of Greece, but it could exist in the mind of the philosopher. And perhaps, if he wrote it down clearly enough, he could create a map for it that others could follow. The wanderer was ready to go home. He had seen the depths of political failure in Athens, the heights of static order in Egypt, and the hidden musical structure of the cosmos in Italy. The synthesis was complete. He was no longer the angry young man fleeing a crime scene. He was a master builder returning to the construction site. He was going back to Athens, not to join the democracy, but to build a fortress of reason right in the middle of it. He would open a school, but it would not be a school for rhetoric, teaching men how to win arguments. It would be a school for truth, teaching men how to see the numbers behind the shadows. The return of the wanderer is quiet. There is no herald to announce him, no crowd to greet him at the Pyrrhic gate. It is roughly 387 BC, and Plato is now a man of 40, the age the Greeks called the acme, the high point of a man's life, where physical vigor meets the onset of true wisdom. He walks back into Athens, not as a refugee, but as a man carrying a heavy, invisible cargo. The city he sees is familiar, yet small. After the colossal temples of Egypt and the vast windswept cliffs of Italy, the Parthenon looks almost intimate, a jewel box rather than a mountain. The noise of the democracy is still there, the shouting in the law courts, the haggling in the fish market, but it no longer frightens him. He hears it now, as a doctor hears a cough. not as a threat, but as a symptom to be diagnosed. He does not stop in the agora. He has done his time in the marketplace, and he knows now that wisdom cannot be found in the shout of the crowd. He walks through the city, out the Dipylon gate, and keeps walking past the potter's quarter of the Kerameikos, where the prostitutes and gravediggers ply their trades, until the noise of the city fades into the buzzing of cicadas. He heads about a mile to the northwest, to a leafy, humid park dedicated to an obscure local hero named Hecademos, or Academus. It is a place of shade and water, a rare luxury in the dry heat of Attica. Plane trees spread their wide green hands over the dusty earth, and sacred olive groves twist their ancient trunks in the twilight. It is a public gymnasium, a place where young men come to wrestle, sweat, and oil their bodies. But Plato sees something else here. He sees a perimeter. He sees a place close enough to the city to influence it, yet far enough away to escape its contagion. With the funds he has gathered, perhaps from the generosity of friends like Aniceris of Cyrene, or perhaps, as some legends suggest, from the sale of oil or even his own temporary enslavement, he buys a small plot of land adjacent to the public park. Here in this quiet grove, he plants a seed that will grow into the intellectual spine of the Western world. He founds the Academy. We must be careful not to picture this through modern eyes. This was not a university with lecture halls, tuition fees, and tenured professors. There were no exams, no grades, and no graduation days. It was something far more organic and far more intense. It was a thiasos, a religious confraternity dedicated to the muses. To the legal authorities of Athens, it looked like a cult, and in a way, it was. It was a cult of the mind. Plato built a small shrine to the muses in the garden, not just for tax purposes or piety, but because he believed that philosophy was a kind of divine madness, a music that required the blessing of the goddesses. The students who gathered here were not the idle sons of the rich looking for a finishing school, though many were wealthy aristocrats. They were a strange, intense mixture of mathematicians, astronomers, and political exiles. They lived communally, likely sharing meals in a simple mess hall, breaking bread and dipping it in oil while discussing the nature of the good. Imagine the atmosphere. The smell of sweat from the nearby wrestling grounds mixing with the scent of wild thyme. The sound of flutes drifting from the gymnasium. And in the center of it all, the broad-shouldered figure of Plato, walking, always walking, as he talked. This was the peripatetic style before Aristotle made it famous. Thinking was not a sedentary act. It was a motion. You walked through the ideas just as you walked through the grove. The Academy was a fortress of reason built on the edge of a chaotic democracy. Its very existence was a critique of Athens. In the city, men shouted over one another to win a vote. In the Academy, men spoke one at a time to find the truth. In the city, power was determined by a show of hands. In the Academy, authority was determined by the strength of an argument. Plato was creating a counter-Athens, a model society where the laws of logic ruled instead of the laws of emotion. He was no longer trying to sting the horse like a gadfly. He was trying to breed a new kind of rider. Historians and archaeologists still debate the exact layout of this sanctuary. Was there a library, a room for the rolling of scrolls? We know there was a common table where the mind was fed alongside the body, and we know there were small solitary huts where students could retreat to struggle with geometry problems in isolation. But the most important structure was the community itself. Plato invited the best minds of the Greek world to join him, not as subordinates, but as fellow hunters. Eudoxus came, bringing his brilliant theories of planetary motion. Theaetetus came, a boy who looked like Socrates, but possessed a genius for numbers that dazzled everyone. They were a brotherhood of the intellect, bound together by the shared belief that the visible world was a lie, and the invisible world of forms was the truth. There was a softness, too, in this rigorous life. We are told that Plato loved to host symposiums, drinking parties, but they were not the drunken debaucheries common in the city. They were elegant, restrained affairs where the wine was watered down significantly, and the entertainment was not flute girls or dancers, but conversation. Plato believed that how a man behaved when he was slightly tipsy revealed his true character. He watched his students over the rim of his kylix, observing who became aggressive, who became maudlin, and who maintained their composure. It was a test of the soul. He was looking for the gold in their natures, the rare quality of spirit that could withstand both the intoxication of wine and the intoxication of power. The neighbors, mostly farmers and potters, living on the outskirts, must have looked at this gathering of intellectuals with a mix of suspicion and amusement. "There go the stargazers," they might have muttered, walking in circles and talking about triangles while the olives need harvesting. There's a gentle humor in this disconnect. The locals were worried about the price of barley. The academics were worried about the definition of unity. But Plato knew what the farmers didn't: that the price of barley depends on the stability of the state, and the stability of the state depends on the definition of unity. He was doing the most practical work of all, disguised as the most useless. The academy was also a place of healing for Plato. The trauma of Socrates' execution began to settle into a resolve. He was no longer a victim of the democracy. He was its quiet, patient adversary. He was building an army of thinkers. He knew he could not change the current generation of politicians. They were too old, too corrupted by rhetoric, too addicted to applause. But the youth were malleable. If he could catch them before the city got its claws into them, if he could teach them to love the truth more than the crowd, he could plant a time bomb of wisdom that would explode gently, constructively, in the future as the sun set over the olive grove, casting long, peaceful shadows across the dusty paths. Plato would retire to his small house within the grounds. He was home, but he was also a world away. He had created a bubble of silence in a noisy century. He had established a place where it was safe to say that the majority was wrong. And as he prepared to write the dialogues that would immortalize his teacher, he knew that the first requirement for entering this sacred space had to be a rigorous purging of the sloppy democratic habit of opinion. The mind had to be sharpened before it could cut through the veil of reality. And so, tradition tells us, he placed a warning at the very threshold of his school, a formidable barrier that had nothing to do with wealth or lineage, and everything to do with the pure, cold logic he had learned from the Pythagoreans. The sign was waiting for anyone brave enough to approach the gate. Tradition tells us that above the entrance to this sanctuary of thought, perhaps carved into the wooden lintel of the gate or inscribed on a stone stele standing sentinel in the olive grove, there was a warning. It was not a threat of physical violence, nor a demand for an entrance fee. It was a simple 7-word phrase that acted as a spiritual checkpoint. Geometretos medes esito. Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here. To the casual passerby, this might have seemed like a bizarre piece of academic snobbery. Why would a school dedicated to virtue, politics, and the soul require a knowledge of triangles and circles? Was this merely a club for mathematicians? But to Plato, this sign was the first line of defense against the chaos of the world. It was a filter designed to strip away the lazy habits of the democratic mind before the student took a single step toward philosophy. In Athens, a man could rise to power simply by having a loud voice and a charming smile. He could persuade a crowd that a disastrous war was a glorious idea, or that a lie was the truth, because words are slippery things. Words can be twisted. Justice in the mouth of a tyrant sounds very different from justice in the mouth of a victim. But a square is a square. A prime number is a prime number. No amount of charisma can persuade the hypotenuse of a right triangle to be anything other than what it is. Geometry, in Plato's eyes, was the only language in the world that could not be corrupted by rhetoric. It was the antidote to the sophists. Imagine a wealthy young Athenian Arivist, dripping in gold, walking up to the academy gates. He is used to buying his way into influence. He is used to charming his teachers. He confronts the sign, and for the first time in his life, he is powerless. You cannot bribe a circle. You cannot flatter a ratio. You either understand the proof or you do not. The truth of geometry is binary, cold, and magnificently honest. It forces the mind to submit to a reality outside of itself. This was the gymnastics of the soul that Plato required, just as the wrestlers in the nearby park lifted weights to harden their muscles. The students of the academy had to lift the heavy, abstract concepts of mathematics to harden their minds against the soft, comforting delusions of opinion. If you could not focus your mind on a static, visible diagram in the sand, how could you possibly hope to focus on the invisible, shifting complexities of justice or the good? The scene inside the academy reflected this rigorous obsession. Picture the students, young men in simple tunics, kneeling in the dirt. The classroom is the earth itself. They are not reading from books, for books in the ancient world were rare and primarily for storage, not instruction. They are drawing. They hold a canon, a straight reed or rod, and a string to act as a compass. With these primitive tools, they are trying to unlock the secrets of the universe. There is a specific sensory atmosphere to this work. The scratching of a stick against the dry Attica soil, the intense silence of concentration, the sudden, sharp exhale of breath when a proof finally clicks into place. It is a place of slow, deliberate revelation. Plato often watches them, moving among the crouching figures like a gardener inspecting his vines. He is not teaching them facts. He is teaching them how to see. He tells them that the circle they are drawing in the sand is not the real circle. Look at it closely. It has bumps. It has thickness. The wind will blow it away. A footprint will erase it. It is imperfect. But the idea of the circle, the perfect mathematical definition that exists in their minds, is eternal, flawless, and indestructible. The drawing is just a shadow. The math is the reality. This is the great leap of Platonism. The moment the student realizes that the physical world, the world of politics, bodies, and votes, is actually less real than the invisible world of ideas. there is a gentle humor in the struggle. We can imagine a student, perhaps a farmer's son or a bewildered poet, staring at a diagram of the doubling of the cube, a famous geometric problem that tormented the Greeks, and throwing his hands up in despair. "Master," he might say, "what is the use of this? I want to be a statesman, not a bricklayer." And Plato, with the ghost of a smile hiding in his beard, might reply with a story about the practical value of useless things. There is a famous anecdote where a student asked Euclid, a later geometrician in the same tradition, what he would gain by learning a theorem. Euclid turned to his slave and said, "Give him a coin, since he must make a profit from what he learns," and then kicked him out. Plato was likely gentler, but the sentiment was the same. The profit was the cleansing of the eyes. You study geometry so that when you eventually look at the confused, messy city, you can see the hidden structures beneath the chaos. You learn to crave order. This mathematical filter also served a political purpose. Plato believed that democracy failed because it treated all opinions as equal. It assumed that a potter's guess about the economy was just as valid as an economist's calculation. Geometry shattered this illusion of equality. In a math problem, there is no majority vote. If 500 men vote that 2 plus 2 quotient 5, they are simply 500 wrong men. Truth is not a consensus. It is a discovery. By forcing his future philosopher-kings to master math, Plato was training them to ignore the pressure of the crowd. He was building a class of leaders who would look at a screaming mob and say, "I hear your anger, but your equation is unbalanced." Scholars and historians still argue about the extent of Plato's own mathematical genius. Was he a great mathematician himself, or was he merely a great cheerleader for mathematicians? We know he didn't discover many theorems personally, but he created the environment where they could be discovered. He acted as the conductor of the orchestra. It was in his academy that Theaetetus developed the theory of irrational numbers, numbers that cannot be expressed as a clean fraction, a concept that terrified the early Greeks because it suggested a fundamental messiness in the cosmos. Plato embraced this irrationality and sought to contain it within a higher order. He saw that even the messy parts of reality could be held by the firm hands of logic. As the sun climbs high over the academy, bleaching the white dust to a blinding glare, the lesson shifts. The geometry is put away. The diagrams are smoothed over with the sweep of a hand or a foot, returning the sand to a blank slate. The students stand up, brushing the dirt from their knees, their minds sharpened and buzzing with the strange cold electricity of pure reason. They have passed the test of the sign. They are no longer ignorant of geometry. Now, they are ready for the real work. They are ready to take that sharpened scalpel of a mind and turn it toward the soft, diseased tissue of Athenian politics. They are ready to talk about Socrates. The transition from the silence of shapes to the noise of words is dangerous. Plato knows that once they start speaking, the old habits of rhetoric will try to creep back in. They will want to sound clever rather than be true. So, he introduces the next phase of their training with a radical new project. He will not just lecture them about his beloved teacher. He will bring him back from the dead. He will conjure the ghost of Socrates, not in a seance, but in a new form of literature, the dialogue. He will freeze the living conversation of the past into a permanent script. using the rigor of geometry to structure the flow of arguments. The students gather in the shade of the plane trees, and Plato unrolls a scroll. "Listen," he says, "and tell me where the logic breaks." The ghost is about to speak, and the age of dialogues is about to begin. The sun has long since vanished behind the peaks of Mount Agaleo, and the academy is draped in the heavy, velvet silence of an Attic night. The students have retreated to their huts or their homes, their minds perhaps still spinning with the dizzying logic of the day's geometry lessons. But in one small room, a single oil lamp still burns, casting a flickering golden circle of light against the wall. Here sits Plato. He is no longer the public master walking the grounds. He is the private artist, hunched over a desk. In his hand, he holds a reed stylus, and before him lies a fresh roll of papyrus, imported from the very Egypt that had once judged him so young. The smell of the room is ink, dry reed, and the lingering scent of burning olive oil. He is about to perform an act of magic that is arguably more potent than any spell cast by a priest. He is about to raise the dead. He dips the stylus. He closes his eyes. And suddenly, the silence of the room is broken, not by a sound, but by a memory so vivid it feels like a presence. He hears the voice, that distinct, scratching, slightly mocking voice of the old man. He sees the snub nose, the bulging eyes, the barefoot stance. Socrates is in the room. Plato begins to write, and as the ink flows, the years melt away. The hemlock has not yet been drunk. The jury has not yet voted. The gadfly is buzzing once more, alive in the eternal present tense of the page. This was the birth of the Socratic dialogue, a literary form that did not exist before Plato invented it. It is important to understand how radical this was. In the ancient world, philosophy was usually written as poetry, like Parmenides, or as a list of aphorisms, like Heraclitus. It was a lecture given by a wise man to a silent audience. But Plato knew that a lecture could not capture Socrates. Socrates was not a statue. He was a storm. He was an event. To capture him, you needed to capture the friction, the interruptions, the laughter, the awkward silences, and the sudden turns of logic. You needed a script. So, Plato became a playwright of the mind. He recreated the conversations, not necessarily word for word. Historians still argue passionately over the Socratic problem, the impossible task of untangling which ideas belonged to the historical Socrates and which were Plato's own inventions, ventriloquized through his teacher's ghost. But the soul of the man is undeniably there. As we read, we feel the heat of the Athenian sun. We hear the bustle of the gymnasium. We sense the frustration of the pompous general being taken down a peg. It is a resurrection so complete that for the last 2,400 years, most of us feel we know Socrates better than we know our own great-grandfathers. There is a profound irony in this project, one that likely brought a wry smile to Plato's face as he worked. The historical Socrates famously distrusted writing. He believed that writing was a recipe for forgetfulness, that if men wrote things down, they would stop using their memories. He also argued that a book is a stupid teacher because, if you ask it a question, it just says the same thing over and over again. Yet here was his most devoted student, feverishly writing millions of words to ensure that the man who hated writing would never be forgotten. It was an act of loving disobedience. Plato was saving Socrates from his own silence. But these dialogues were not just sentimental tributes. They were weapons. Plato was relitigating the trial of 399 BC, but this time he was controlling the court. In the real trial, Socrates had been drowned out by the noise of the mob and the bias of the jury. In the dialogues, Plato cleared the room. He stripped away the screaming crowds and the emotional manipulation, leaving only the arguments. He placed Socrates in the center of the page and invited the reader to be the new jury. Read this, he seems to say. Listen to what he actually said. Look at how he dismantled the definitions of the so-called experts. And now, you tell me, was this man a villain, or was he the only sane person in the city? In the quiet of his study, Plato writes the Euthyphro. He recreates the scene on the porch of the King Archon, showing Socrates casually destroying the self-righteous certainty of a religious fanatic. He writes the Laches, where Socrates proves that the generals don't know what courage is. He writes the Charmides, exploring the meaning of temperance. In each script, the structure is the same. A confident man thinks he knows something. Socrates asks a question. The man's confidence collapses, and they end in aporia, confusion. This was Plato's revenge on the democracy. The democracy believed that truth was something you could own, something you could vote on. If the majority said, "This is just," then it was just. The dialogues proved that truth is slippery, hard, and independent of human opinion. By freezing these conversations in time, Plato was showing that the wisdom of the crowd was actually just a collection of unexamined prejudices. He was forcing Athens to look in a mirror it could not look away from. The work was exhausting. Writing on papyrus is not like typing on a keyboard. It is physical, tactile labor. The stylus scratches, the hand cramps, the night deepens, and the oil in the lamp burns low. Sometimes, the writer pauses, staring into the flame, perhaps remembering a specific gesture of Socrates, the way he would scratch his head when he was puzzled, or the way he would cover his face when he was about to deliver a particularly devastating point. These small human details find their way into the text, grounding the high-flying philosophy in the dirt and sweat of real life. This is why the dialogues are still read today, not just by philosophers, but by playwrights and novelists. They are masterpieces of character. We see Alcibiades drunk and weeping. We see Gorgias tired and irritable. We see Socrates patient and playful. But beneath the artistry, there is a steel spine of purpose. Plato is not writing for entertainment. He is writing a curriculum. These early dialogues are the entry-level courses for his academy. He wants his students to read them and feel the shock of the Socratic method. He wants them to realize that they too are ignorant. Before they can learn the geometry of the forms, they must first be purged of their arrogance. They must meet the ghost as the first light of dawn begins to bleed into the sky, turning the black window to a pale, milky gray. Plato sets down his stylus. The scroll is full. He has preserved another piece of the man he loved. He has saved a conversation from vanishing into the ether. The birds in the olive grove are starting to sing, a chaotic, happy noise that reminds him of the mindless chatter of the assembly. But on his desk, rolled up tight, lies a captured piece of logos, a sequence of reason that will not fade. He stands up, stretching his stiff back. The ghost of Socrates fades back into the shadows of his mind, satisfied for the moment. The teacher is dead, but the teaching has just been given a new, immortal body. Plato steps out into the cool morning air of the academy, ready to face his students. He will not tell them what to think today. He will hand them a scroll and ask them, "What would you say to this man?" The conversation continues. The trial is never really over. And the next target of his pen will be the very men who convinced Athens to kill wisdom. The masters of persuasion, the salesmen of words, the rhetoricians. The war for the soul of Athens was not fought with spears or triremes, but with words. And for Plato, the enemy had a name, rhetoric. In the quiet, dusty silence of the academy, where students trace the honest lines of geometry, the memory of the noisy assembly haunted the philosopher like a recurring fever. He remembered how the crowds would roar with approval, not for the man who spoke the truth, but for the man who spoke the most beautifully. He remembered how a well-timed joke or a tearful plea could wash away logic as easily as the tide washes away footprints. This was the dark magic of the sophists, the professional teachers of persuasion who claimed they could teach any man to win any argument, regardless of which side was right. To Plato, this was not just a different style of education. It was a poison in the bloodstream of the city. And so, he dipped his stylus into the ink once more to write the Gorgias, a dialogue that serves as his fiercest, most unyielding declaration of war against the art of flattery. Imagine the scene he conjures. It is a dinner party, perhaps, or a gathering at a gymnasium. The guest of honor is Gorgias, the most famous orator of his day, a man so celebrated that golden statues were erected in his honor at Delphi. Gorgias is the rock star of the ancient world. When he speaks, his sentences are perfectly balanced, rhyming and rhythmic, hypnotic in their beauty. He claims he can answer any question. He claims that rhetoric is the master art because it allows a man to rule over others in the assembly. He is confident, wealthy, and universally admired. And then there is Socrates, barefoot, ugly, and annoyingly persistent. The conflict that unfolds on the papyrus is electric. It is a clash between the celebrity and the saint. Socrates asks a simple, devastating question. What exactly is it that you do, Gorgias? The rhetorician replies that he teaches the art of persuasion. He boasts, with a terrifying honesty, that a skilled rhetorician can go into a city and persuade the patients to take a bitter medicine when the doctor cannot. The rhetorician knows nothing about medicine, yet he can be more convincing than the expert who does. He can persuade the crowd to build walls or start wars without knowing anything about architecture or strategy. He triumphs through the power of belief rather than knowledge. To Plato, writing these lines, this admission is the stuff of nightmares. It confirms everything he fears about democracy. It means the ship of state is being steered not by the navigator who knows the stars, but by the smooth talker who has convinced the crew he is fun to be around. It is a system where ignorance, if dressed in fancy clothes, will always defeat wisdom in rags. Then Plato deploys one of his most famous and biting metaphors. He compares rhetoric to cookery, specifically the baking of pastries. Imagine, he says, a contest between a doctor and a pastry chef, judged by a jury of children. The doctor says, "I will hurt you to heal you. I will give you bitter potions and cut out your rot." The pastry chef says, "I will give you cakes, honey, and sweet wine. I will never hurt you. I will only bring you pleasure." Who will the children vote for? The answer is obvious. The pastry chef wins every time. And the doctor, who actually cares for their health, will be chased out of town or starved to death. This is the tragedy of Athens. The people are the children. The demagogues are the pastry chefs, feeding the public a diet of flattery, nationalistic pride, and easy answers. You are the greatest city in the world, they say. You deserve the empire. You deserve the wealth. And Socrates was the doctor. He offered the bitter medicine of self-reflection. He told them they were ignorant. He told them their souls were sick. And so, the children killed him. As the dialogue deepens, the tone shifts from irony to darkness. A new character enters the fray, Callicles. If Gorgias is the polite face of rhetoric, Callicles is its naked, brutal heart. He is a young, ambitious politician who sneers at philosophy. He tells Socrates that philosophy is a nice toy for children, but a grown man should put it aside and seek power. He argues for the law of nature, that the strong should rule the weak, that justice is just a trick invented by the weak to shackle the lions. Callicles is terrifying because he is real. He is the voice of every cynical power player who has ever lived. He represents the realpolitik of the Athenian Empire, the cold, hard stare of a man who believes that might makes right. Plato allows Callicles to speak with a seductive power. He does not strawman his opponent. He lets the darkness have its say. Callicles warns Socrates, if you keep playing these word games, one day you will be dragged into court by a wicked man, and you will not know how to speak. You will endure a dizzying silence and be put to death. It is a chilling moment of prophecy. Plato is writing this after the fact. He knows Callicles is right. Socrates was dragged into court. He did die. The pastry chef defeated the doctor. But then Plato gives Socrates the final word, and it is a word of quiet, shattering dignity. Socrates admits that he might die. He admits that he cannot flatter the jury. But he argues that it is better to suffer injustice than to commit it. He argues that the tyrant who kills is actually unhappier than the victim who dies, because the tyrant's soul is scarred by his own wickedness. He describes the soul of the politician as being full of scars and welts, twisted by lies and swollen with vanity. When this soul stands naked before the judges of the underworld, no amount of rhetoric can save it. The pastry of flattery dissolves, leaving only the rot beneath. The Gorgias is a heavy, angry book. It is the work of a man who is grieving and furious at the world for choosing the sweet lie over the hard truth. It is Plato slamming the door on the political life of Athens. He is saying, I will not be a chef. I will not bake cakes for the mob. I will stay here, in my garden, and practice the medicine of the mind, even if I have to drink the medicine alone. As the scroll rolls shut, the atmosphere in the academy seems to change. The students, having read or heard this dialogue, must have felt a shiver of recognition. They realized that they were not just learning to argue. They were being trained for a spiritual war. They were the apprentice doctors in a world addicted to sugar. They learned that their duty was not to please the people, but to cure them, even if the patient kicked and screamed the entire time. Plato sets down the stylus, his hand cramping from the intensity of the engagement. The oil lamp flickers, casting long dancing shadows against the limestone walls, shadows that look like the flickering illusions of the cave he will soon describe. He has dismantled the rhetoricians. He has exposed the cookery of the state. But destruction is not enough. It is not enough to say that democracy is a ship of fools or a bakery of lies. If you tear down the old city, you must build a new one in its place. You must design a ship that doesn't drift. You must design a kitchen that serves health instead of sickness. The anger of the Gorgias begins to cool into the cold, architectural ambition of the Republic. The next task is not to criticize the world as it is, but to dream the world as it should be. The philosopher moves from the role of the prosecutor to the role of the architect. He closes his eyes and begins to see it, a city built not on the shifting sands of votes, but on the bedrock of justice itself. A city where the doctor is king. The stylus moves across the papyrus, scratching a line that will divide the world forever. It is a quiet night in the academy, the kind of night where the silence feels heavy and pregnant with thought. Plato is embarking on his longest and most ambitious journey. He is no longer content to wander the streets of Athens, dismantling the false beliefs of others. He is done with the deconstruction. Now, he must build. He must construct a sanctuary for justice, a place where the righteous man can live without fear of the hemlock cup. But since he cannot find such a city on any map, not in the war-torn Peloponnese, not in the static sands of Egypt, not in the mystic cliffs of Italy, he decides to build it in the only place that truly matters. He builds it in words. He builds it in the mind. He begins the construction of the Callipolis, the beautiful city. The Republic begins with a casual stroll down to the Piraeus, the port of Athens, to see a festival. But the conversation quickly turns away from the celebrations and toward the single most dangerous question a human being can ask. What is justice? Is it merely paying your debts? Is it helping friends and harming enemies? Or is it something deeper, something structural? The characters in the dialogue, Socrates, the fiery Glaucon, the earnest Adimantus, struggle to find the definition. And then Socrates offers a brilliant cinematic proposal. He suggests that trying to see justice in the soul of a single man is too difficult. It is like trying to read small handwriting from a distance. Let us create a city in speech, he says. Let us look at justice written in large letters on the scale of a state, so that we may see it more clearly. And so the great design begins. The city rises from the page, stone by imaginary stone. But this is not a city of chaotic freedom like Athens. It is a city of perfect, crystalline hierarchy. Plato remembers the lessons of the Pythagoreans. The universe is not a democracy. It is a harmony. A musical chord does not allow every note to be the loudest. It requires a bass, a middle, and a high note, each doing its specific job to create beauty. The city must be the same. Plato divides his imaginary population into three distinct classes, mirroring the three parts of the human soul he had theorized in Italy. At the bottom, forming the vast, solid foundation of the pyramid, are the producers, the farmers, the craftsmen, the merchants. These are the iron and bronze souls. They correspond to the appetite. Their virtue is moderation. They are allowed to own property, to handle money, to have families, and to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. They are the belly of the city. They provide the fuel. In Athens, this class had been allowed to vote, to decide on wars, to judge philosophers. In Plato's city, they are stripped of political power. They are happy, fed, and protected, but they do not steer the ship. They simply row. Above them, standing as the protective wall, are the auxiliaries, the warriors. These are the silver souls. They correspond to the spirit, the thumos. They are the chest of the city. Their virtue is courage. They live a life of austere discipline, sleeping in barracks, eating at common tables, touching no gold or silver. They are the dogs who guard the flock, fierce to wolves, but gentle to the sheep. They have no private interests, for they have no private property. Their only love is the city itself. And at the very top, in the rare thin air of the summit, are the guardians, the rulers. These are the gold souls. They correspond to reason. They are the head of the city. Their virtue is wisdom. They are not chosen by popularity contests or birthright. They are chosen by a rigorous, decades-long testing process that weeds out the weak, the stupid, and the corrupt. They are the philosopher-kings. They do not want to rule. Plato is very clear on this. A man who wants power is automatically unfit to hold it. They rule out of a sense of grim duty, descending from the heights of contemplation to manage the affairs of the cave, simply because they cannot bear to be ruled by their inferiors. This structure, belly, chest, head, is soothing to Plato. It solves the chaos. It answers the question of justice. Justice, he concludes, is not a list of rules. Justice is health. Justice is when everyone minds their own business. The cobbler cobbles, the soldier fights, the ruler thinks. Injustice occurs when the cobbler tries to be a general, or when the general tries to be a king. Athens was unjust because it was a meddlesome city, a place where everyone thought they could do everything. The Republic is a city of specialization. It is calm. It is quiet. It is the silence of a well-oiled machine. But as the city takes shape, a chill runs through the modern reader, and perhaps even through some of Plato's ancient students. To achieve this unity, Plato demands the surrender of almost everything we consider private. For the guardian class, he abolishes the family. No man knows his own son. No child knows his own father. They are all children of the city. He abolishes private property. He creates a eugenics program where mating is rigged by a lottery that is actually fixed by the rulers to breed the best with the best. He establishes a censorship so severe that the poets, including Homer himself, are politely escorted to the borders and kicked out, because their stories of weeping heroes and lustful gods might set a bad example for the youth. Historians and philosophers still fight a bitter, centuries-long war over how to read this. Is the Callipolis a blueprint for a totalitarian nightmare, a precursor to the darkest regimes of the 20th century? Or is it a city in the clouds, a metaphor for the individual soul that was never meant to be built in brick and mortar? Some scholars argue that Plato is being ironic, that he is showing us a city so perfectly just that it is inhuman, warning us that the attempt to perfect politics will destroy humanity. Others see it as a desperate, sincere attempt by a traumatized man to find a way to stop the killing of the innocent. They see the Republic not as a prison, but as a monastery, a place of extreme discipline designed to save the light of civilization from the encroaching dark. As Plato writes, he anticipates the shock of his audience. He knows that his proposal for the community of wives and children and the rule of philosophers will sound insane to the average Athenian. He compares these proposals to 3 great waves threatening to drown the argument. But he stands his ground. He is not trying to be popular. He is trying to be right. He is acting like a doctor, resetting a compound fracture. The bone must be broken and set in a rigid cast if it is ever to heal straight. The Republic is that cast. It is rigid, hard, and uncomfortable. But it is the only thing that can prevent the limb from remaining crippled forever. The sensory atmosphere of this imaginary city is distinct. It is bathed in clear, sharp sunlight. There are no shadows where conspirators can hide. There is the sound of Dorian military music, steady and courageous, replacing the wailing flutes of the theatre. There is the sight of the guardians, watching over the city from the Acropolis, not as tyrants, but as sleepless shepherds. It is a vision of sublime order. For a moment, the chaos of the agora recedes. The shouting voices of the democrats are silenced. The tragedy of Socrates is undone. In this city, Socrates would not be executed. In this city, Socrates would be king. But then, the stylus pauses. Plato looks up from the papyrus. The dream is beautiful, but he knows where he lives. He lives in Athens. He lives in a city where the beast of public opinion is loose, where the politicians are not philosophers, but panderers. To explain why his beautiful city is so impossible to build, he must explain exactly what is wrong with the current one. He must show us the bridge of the ship we are currently sailing on. He dips the pen again, and the beautiful city fades for a moment, replaced by the rocking deck of a vessel in deep trouble. He is about to write the most famous political metaphor in history, the ship of fools. The sun of the Republic shines brightly on the ideal city. But to explain why that city remains a dream, Plato pulls us away from the drawing board and thrusts us onto the deck of a ship at sea. It is night. The waves are black and heaving, slapping against the hull with a rhythm that suggests a coming storm. This is not a ship sailing in formation. It is a vessel in deep distress. But the danger does not come from the wind or the water. It comes from the people on board. Plato asks us to visualize the state, not as a rigid pyramid of stone, but as a wooden trireme floating on a dangerous ocean. This is the ship of state, perhaps the most enduring and terrifying metaphor in all of political philosophy. It is terrifying because as we look closer at the crew, we recognize them. We see the faces of the assembly. We see the faces of the politicians. We see ourselves. On the deck, there is chaos. The crew is fighting. They are not fighting the storm. They are fighting each other for control of the helm. These sailors are the politicians of Athens. They are loud, ambitious, and utterly convinced that the right to steer belongs to whoever can shout the loudest or push the hardest. They claim that navigation is not a science that can be learned, but a prize to be won. They argue that anyone can steer a ship. How hard can it be? You just turn the wheel. They mock the idea that there is a special art to it. In fact, if anyone dares to suggest that steering requires studying the seasons, the sky, and the winds, the crew calls him a useless dreamer and pushes him aside. But the most tragic figure on this ship is the shipowner. Plato describes him with a brutal, honest precision. The shipowner represents the demos, the people, the voting public. He is taller and stronger than anyone else on board. If he wanted to, he could crush the mutinous crew with a single blow. But he has fatal flaws. He is hard of hearing. He is short-sighted. And his knowledge of seafaring is practically non-existent. He is a powerful, sluggish giant, easily confused and easily manipulated. The sailors know this. They swarm around the shipowner, begging him to give them the wheel. They don't offer proof of their skill. They offer him wine. They offer him mandragora. They wrap him in warm blankets and tell him he is the smartest, handsomest shipowner who ever lived. They chain him with flattery. And when the giant is sufficiently drugged and happy, the crew takes over. They break into the ship's stores, drinking and feasting, turning the voyage into a drunken party. They steer the ship according to their own pleasure, crashing into waves, drifting off course, risking the lives of everyone on board for the sake of a moment's power. It is a scene of grotesque incompetence, masquerading as leadership. And where is the true captain? Where is the one man who actually knows how to get them to the harbor? He is sitting quietly by the stern, looking up. He is not looking at the crew or the waves or the shipowner. He is looking at the stars. He is the true navigator. He knows that to steer a ship through the dark, you must ignore the noise on the deck and fix your eyes on the eternal silent patterns of the constellations. You must calculate the wind speed. You must understand the geometry of the currents. He possesses the technique, the expert craft, required to save the ship. But to the drunken crew, he looks insane. Look at him, they jeer, pointing fingers sticky with stolen wine. He is a stargazer, a babbler, a good-for-nothing. They cannot understand why he is staring at the sky when the real action, the fight for the wheel, is happening down here. They mistake his expertise for uselessness. Because he does not beg the shipowner for the wheel, they assume he does not know how to use it. They do not understand that the nature of the true pilot is such that he cannot beg. The sick man must send for the doctor. The doctor does not beg the sick man to be healed. The sailors have created a world where the only qualification for leadership is the ability to persuade the giant to hand over the keys. This metaphor is Plato's answer to the question, if philosophers are so smart, why are they so powerless? His answer is heartbreakingly simple. They are powerless not because their knowledge is useless, but because the world is too insane to ask for it. The ship is doomed not because the navigator doesn't exist, but because the crew has defined navigation as the art of getting elected, rather than the art of sailing. Plato is not just writing fiction here. He is documenting history. He is remembering the specific demagogues of the Peloponnesian War. Men like Cleon, who thundered in the assembly, promising quick victories and easy loot, while the experts like Nicias, though flawed himself, were shouted down. He is showing how the democracy systematically selects the worst leaders because the skills required to get power, flattery, bribery, volume, are the exact opposite of the skills required to wield power, foresight, discipline, knowledge. The Ship of Fools is a critique of the electoral process itself. It suggests that voting is often just a contest to see who can drug the ship owner the most effectively. There is a scholarly debate that adds a layer of nuance to this dark picture. Some historians argue that Plato's description of the deaf and short-sighted shipowner is actually a backhanded defense of the common people. He doesn't portray the demos as evil. He portrays them as victims. The people are not malicious. They are just overwhelmed and easily tricked. The real villains are the politicians, the sailors, who exploit the people's limitations. Plato hates the manipulators more than the manipulated. He sees the public as a sleeping giant that needs a guardian, not a tyrant, to wake it up. As the vision of the ship fades, we are left with the lingering, salty taste of disaster. We feel the lurch of the deck as the incompetent crew steers toward the rocks. It is a sensory warning. We realize that freedom without wisdom is just a free fall. A ship where everyone votes on the direction, but no one knows the stars is not a free ship. It is a coffin. But Plato is not done. He has shown us the external chaos of the state, but he knows that the state is just the soul writ large. If the city is a ship, then the human mind is a zoo. He prepares to take us deeper into the psychology of the mass. He wants to explain exactly why the ship owner is so easily tricked. He wants to introduce us to the beast that lives in the heart of the public, a beast that the politicians spend their entire lives trying to pet. The ship of fools sails on into the night, but the philosopher turns his gaze back to the land, to the roaring, shifting, terrifying creature known as public opinion. The ship of state drifts on the dark ocean, steered by drunks. But the source of the disaster lies deeper than mere incompetence. It lies in the terrifying nature of the passenger they are trying to please. Plato now invites us to leave the wooden deck of the vessel and step into a different kind of enclosure, a den, vast and shadowy, where a creature of immense size and power lives. This is the great beast. It is Plato's most visceral metaphor for the demos, the collective public, when thousands of citizens gather in the assembly or the theater. They cease to be individuals with separate minds. They merge into a single, rolling organism, a hydra of emotion that does not think but merely feels. It growls when it is angry. It purrs when it is fed. It sleeps when it is bored. It is not evil, necessarily, but it is wild, unpredictable, and driven entirely by appetite. In this den, there is a man. He calls himself a leader, a politician, or a sophist. But Plato looks at him and sees something else. He is a zookeeper. He is a handler. This man has spent his entire life studying the great beast. He knows exactly which noises make it stretch out its claws, and which soothing sounds make it roll over to be scratched. He knows that if he waves a flag with a certain color, the beast will roar with patriotic pride. He knows that if he whispers rumors about a neighbor, the beast will snarl with suspicion. He has catalogued every mood, every trigger, every whim of the creature. And here is the tragedy. He calls this knowledge wisdom. He organizes these observations into a curriculum and teaches them to others as the art of politics. But notice what is missing. The handler knows what the beast likes, but he never asks if what the beast likes is good. If the beast wants to eat candy until its teeth rot, the handler gives it candy and calls it justice. If the beast wants to tear apart an innocent man because it is in a bad mood, the handler opens the cage and calls it law. He has become a slave to the animal he claims to master. He does not lead, he follows. He is merely the caterer to a monster's cravings. This metaphor strikes at the heart of the democratic dilemma. In a system where power depends on popularity, the leader cannot afford to be a doctor. He must be a flatterer. He cannot say no to the beast because the beast will simply eat him and find a new handler who will say yes. We saw this in the life of Pericles, and even more so in his successors. They were men of immense talent who spent their energy not on constructing a just society, but on managing the mood swings of the crowd. They were exhausted lion tamers, constantly checking the wind, terrified that the animal would turn on them. And eventually, it always did. Plato paints the sensory reality of this relationship with a kind of horrifying beauty. Imagine the noise of the assembly, the roar of the thousands. To the philosopher, this is not the voice of God. It is the noise of biology. It is the sound of hunger and fear amplified. The young man who enters politics thinking he can change the world soon finds that he is the one being changed. The beast is too loud. To be heard, he must shout in its register. To be loved, he must adopt its prejudices. Slowly, the soul of the politician is eroded. He begins to hate what the beast hates and love what the beast loves. He loses his own shape. He becomes a mask worn by the public. There is a profound psychological insight here that predates modern sociology by millennia. Plato understands the mob mentality. He knows that when men gather in large groups, their individual moral intelligence lowers. The collective IQ drops. A man who would never burn down a house on his own will happily throw a torch if the 1,000 men around him are doing it. The beast legitimizes madness. It creates a feedback loop where the politician validates the crowd's anger, and the crowd's anger empowers the politician. It is a closed circuit of unreason. The necessity of Diomedes, a proverb about being compelled to do something against one's will, hangs over the politician. He must praise the crowd. If he dares to stand before the beast and say, "You are wrong, this war is unjust," or "You are greedy, this tax is theft," the beast will not debate him. It will simply crush him. This is why Socrates died. He tried to reason with an animal. He tried to use logic on a creature that only understands stimulus and response. He was the zookeeper who refused to feed the lion its favorite bloody meat, and so he became the meat. Plato contrasts this sharply with the true philosopher. The philosopher does not live in the den. He lives outside in the sun. He studies the nature of the good, which is eternal and unchanging, not the nature of the beast, which changes every hour. He knows that what is pleasant, candy, is often the opposite of what is good, medicine. But this knowledge makes him useless to the crowd. If he walked into the den and spoke the truth, the beast would look at him with confusion and then rage. The crowd would call him arrogant. They would say, "He thinks he is better than us." And they would be right, not in terms of human worth, but in terms of vision. He sees the precipice the beast is walking toward. The beast only sees the flower it wants to eat on the edge of the cliff. This section of the Republic is heavy with a sense of inevitability. Plato seems to be saying that democracy, by its very nature, creates a market for bad leaders. As long as the beast is in charge, the charlatan will always have a job, and the wise man will always be an outcast. The great beast is the ultimate censor. It does not burn books. It just drowns out the truth with its roaring. It creates a climate where the only ideas that survive are the ones that flatter its vanity. We can imagine the students in the academy shifting uncomfortably as they hear this. Many of them were sons of politicians, raised to believe that the assembly was the pinnacle of human achievement. Plato is telling them that their fathers are not rulers, but servants of a dangerous pet. He is stripping away the glamour of the pnyx. He is asking them, do you want to spend your life scratching the belly of a monster, or do you want to be free? But the darkness of the great beast metaphor serves a structural purpose. It explains why the ideal city, the Callipolis, is so fragile. It explains why the slide into tyranny is almost guaranteed. The beast, left to its own devices, will eventually get tired of its own freedom. It will get tired of the chaos. It will get tired of the endless bickering of the handlers. It will crave a single, strong hand to feed it. And that is when the danger truly begins. The beast does not know it, but in its hunger for more freedom, more meat, more flattery, it is preparing the way for a master who will not scratch its belly, but who will put it in chains. The democracy is pregnant with its own killer. The stage is set for the rise of the tyrant, the man who is the ultimate incarnation of the beast's own dark desires. The den of the great beast is loud, but the noise eventually changes pitch. It shifts from the roar of collective power to the shrill, frantic screaming of anarchy. Plato now guides us through the final, terrifying metamorphosis of the state, the slide from democracy into tyranny. It is a transition that seems impossible to the modern mind. We are taught that tyranny is the opposite of democracy, that they are enemies. But Plato argues with the precision of a mathematician that they are actually father and son. Tyranny does not conquer democracy from the outside. It hatches from within it, like a parasite bursting from a host that has grown too fat and lazy to defend itself. The process begins with a paradox, the excess of liberty. In the democratic city, freedom is the ultimate good. It is the wine that the citizens drink until they are staggering drunk. But freedom in this context does not mean self-rule. It means the absence of all restraint. Slowly, the very idea of authority becomes offensive. The citizens begin to chafe at any law, any rule, any standard that suggests one way of living is better than another. They want to live day by day, indulging whatever whim strikes them, getting drunk one night, drinking water, and dieting the next, lazily philosophizing on Tuesday, and playing politics on Wednesday. There is no order, no hierarchy, only a chaotic, shifting kaleidoscope of desires. Plato describes this society with a mix of horror and satire. He paints a picture of a world turned upside down. Fathers begin to fear their sons, acting like teenagers to avoid being called stuffy or authoritarian. Teachers fear their students and flatter them, while students despise their teachers. The elderly mimic the young, terrified of appearing serious. Even the animals, Plato jokes, with a rare flash of observational humor, become infected with this arrogance. He describes donkeys and horses marching down the street with their noses in the air, bumping into pedestrians who don't get out of their way fast enough. Because even the donkeys have rights now. It is a world of total equality, which means it is a world of total disrespect. In this atmosphere of anything goes, the soul loses its defensive walls. The distinction between good and bad desires is erased. Insolence is rebranded as good breeding. Anarchy is called liberty. Wastefulness is called magnificence. The democratic man refuses to acknowledge that some pleasures are better than others. He guards the citadel of his soul, but he leaves the gates wide open. If someone tells him, "You should restrain yourself," he gets angry and says, "Who are you to judge me?" But nature abhors a vacuum, and chaos cannot last. The city splits into three parts. There are the drones, the idle, stinging politicians who buzz around creating trouble. There are the rich, the pasture on which the drones feed. And there is the people, the vast working majority, who just want to be left alone, but are constantly agitated by the drones to sting the rich. the class warfare becomes vicious. The rich, terrified of being plundered, begin to plot against the democracy. The people, terrified of an oligarchic coup, look for a savior. They do not look for a philosopher. They do not look for a man of reason. They look for a protector. They look for the man who screams the loudest against the rich, the man who promises to redistribute the land, to cancel debts, to punish the enemies of the people. Enter the proto-tyrant. He does not appear as a monster at first. He appears as the ultimate democrat. Plato describes him with chilling accuracy. He smiles and greets everyone he meets. He is charming. He denies he is a tyrant. He makes grand promises to the poor. He is the man of the people. But he has tasted power, and power is like human blood to a wolf. Once tasted, the transformation is inevitable. To keep his position as the protector, he needs constant conflict. He needs enemies. If there are no enemies, he invents them. He stirs up wars with neighbors so that the people will feel the need for a strong leader. He purges the city of anyone brave or wise enough to challenge him, calling them traitors. Slowly, the smile fades. The mask drops. The protector realizes that he is surrounded by enemies, the very people he has attacked. He needs bodyguards, but he cannot trust the citizens anymore. So, he hires mercenaries. He frees slaves and enrolls them in his personal army. He surrounds himself with a foreign guard that answers only to him. The city that loved him now begins to fear him. The people realize too late what they have done. They try to dismiss him, but the son has grown stronger than the father. The giant Demos tries to shout, but the tyrant simply draws his sword. The silence that falls over the city now is the silence of the grave. The noise of the agora is gone. The chaotic freedom is replaced by the most rigid, terrifying slavery. Plato's psychological insight here is profound. The excess of liberty, whether in states or individuals, seems only to pass into excess of slavery. The pendulum swings to the extreme opposite. The people who refuse to accept the mild authority of the law are now forced to accept the brutal authority of the whip. This is not just a theory for Plato. He is likely thinking of real men, perhaps the Pisistratids, who ruled Athens before the democracy, or more personally, Dionysius the Marquis of Syracuse, whom he would soon meet, or perhaps had already met, depending on the timeline. He saw that the tyrant is the most miserable of all men. He is a prisoner of his own power. He cannot travel. He cannot trust his friends. He cannot love. He lives in a self-imposed prison of paranoia, terrified of the very people he rules. His soul is a nightmare of madness and desire, starving for a satisfaction that never comes. The section of the Republic describing this descent is dark, almost apocalyptic. It serves as a warning bell ringing across the centuries. Plato is telling us that democracy is fragile. It is not destroyed by external conquest, but by internal exhaustion. When the people lose the capacity for self-discipline, they will inevitably surrender their freedom to anyone who promises to restore order. The tyrant is not an accident. He is the punishment for a society that forgot the difference between freedom and license. As the philosopher writes, the shadows in the academy seem to lengthen. The beautiful city he built in the previous books now feels like a distant memory, a fragile island in a sea of sharks. He has shown the disease, the chaotic soul of the democrat and the dark soul of the tyrant. But what is the cure? Is there any hope for a ruler who can break this cycle? Is it possible for a human being to wield absolute power without becoming a wolf? Plato believes there is, but such a person is rare, almost miraculous. He must be a paradox, a ruler who does not want to rule. He must be a king who would rather be studying math. He must be the philosopher-king. And to explain how such a strange creature is created, Plato prepares to tell another story, perhaps the most famous story in all of philosophy. He prepares to take us into the dark, damp depths of a cave to show us exactly why the world is so blind and what it costs to see the sun. The ink on the papyrus is still wet from the terrifying description of the tyrant, that wolf-man who devours his own city. The air in the room feels heavy, stifling, as if the shadow of that monster has stepped off the page and into the academy. Plato knows he has painted himself into a corner. He has shown that democracy collapses into chaos, and chaos hardens into tyranny. The diagnosis is terminal. The patient, humanity, seems doomed to cycle forever between the mob and the dictator, between the noise of the many and the cruelty of the one. Is there no escape? Is there no way to break the wheel? Plato pauses. He looks out the window at the night sky, where the constellations drift in their silent, perfect arcs. They do not fight. They do not vote. They merely obey the laws of their own nature. He knows the solution must be radical. It must be so shocking, so counterintuitive, that it will sound like a joke to anyone who hears it. He prepares to write the most famous sentence in the history of political philosophy, the sentence that constitutes the third wave, the giant breaker that threatens to drown his entire argument in laughter. He writes, "Unless philosophers become kings in our cities, or those whom we now call kings and potentates take to the pursuit of philosophy seriously and adequately, there can be no cessation of troubles for our states, nor, I fancy, for the human race, the philosopher-king." To the average Athenian, this sounds absurd. Philosophers, the men who stare at clouds, the men who walk into wells because they aren't looking at their feet, the men who wear rough cloaks and annoy people at dinner parties. You want them to run the army? You want them to manage the treasury? It is laughable. It is like asking a librarian to captain a warship. But Plato is deadly serious, and his reasoning is based on a psychological insight that is as sharp as a diamond cutting glass. He argues that the only person safe enough to hold absolute power is the person who does not want it. Think about the politicians we met in the Ship of Fools. They ruled because they loved ruling. They loved the honor, the applause, the wealth, and the rush of control. Because they loved these things, they would do anything to keep them. They would lie, steal, and kill. Their hunger for power made them slaves to power. But the philosopher-king is different. He has seen the good. He has ascended the ladder of the mind and glimpsed the eternal truths of mathematics, justice, and beauty. Compared to the ecstasy of understanding the universe, the pleasures of ruling a city look like playing in the mud. To a true philosopher, political office is not a prize. It is a burden. It is a distraction from the real work of thinking. If you offered him a crown, he would look at it with the same indifference a grown man looks at a plastic toy. He does not need to steal the public money because he has gold in his soul. He does not need the applause of the crowd because he has the approval of reason. He is incorruptible. Not because he is a saint, but because he simply doesn't care about the things that corrupt men. You cannot bribe a man with copper coins when he owns a mountain of gold. This creates a strange new political dynamic, the dynamic of compulsion. In all other cities, men fight to become rulers. In the ideal city, the rulers must be forced to rule. They must be dragged away from their books and their geometry diagrams and told, "It is your turn. You must go down into the cave of politics and manage the affairs of men." They will do it, not for glory, but out of a sense of grim, unavoidable duty. Plato famously remarks that the penalty for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. The philosopher rules to prevent the catastrophe of being ruled by a fool. Imagine the atmosphere of this reign. It is a quiet reign. There are no frantic speeches in the agora. There are no demagogues whipping up the crowd. The ruler does not flatter the people. He educates them. He looks at the city not as a personal playground, but as a canvas. He is the painter of constitutions. He looks at the divine model of justice in his mind, and then he looks at the human clay in front of him, and he tries to make the two match. He wipes the slate clean. He reorganizes the city to be healthy, rewriting the laws to align with the harmony of the spheres. But Plato is not naive. He knows that this creates a lifestyle of intense, almost monastic deprivation for the rulers. To ensure they never become tyrants, he strips them of all the trappings of success. The philosopher-kings are not allowed to own private property. They possess nothing but their clothes and their bodies. They eat in mess halls. They sleep in barracks. They are forbidden to touch gold or silver for fear that the metal in their hands will corrupt the metal in their souls. They are the masters of the city, yet they live like its poorest servants. One of Plato's interlocutors in the dialogue, Glaucon, protests. "Socrates," he says, "you are making these men unhappy. They have the power to take everything, yet you give them nothing." And Socrates gives an answer that echoes through the halls of the academy. Our object in the construction of our state is not to make any one class preeminently happy, but to make the whole state as happy as it can be. The eye cannot be just a blue eye. It must be part of the whole face. The ruler cannot be just a rich man. He must be part of the whole city. His happiness comes not from consumption, but from service. He finds his joy in the perfect order of the whole, just as a single note finds its meaning in the chord. This vision of the reluctant ruler is Plato's answer to the ship of fools. The problem with the ship was that the crew was fighting for the wheel. In the ideal city, no one fights for the wheel because steering is hard, thankless work. The only man who touches the wheel is the one who knows the stars, and he only does it because he has to. As Plato writes, he feels a sense of deep, melancholy longing. He knows how distant this vision is. He looks at the real world, at the tyrants in Sicily, at the politicians in Athens, and he sees only greed and vanity. He sees men who treat the state as a cow to be milked rather than a child to be raised. He knows that his philosopher-king is a dream, a city in speech, that may never exist on earth. But he insists that it must exist as a pattern in the soul. Even if we cannot build the city of stone, we can build the city of the mind. Each of us can be our own philosopher-king, ruling over the mob of our own appetites, with the scepter of our own reason. The night is deep now. The silence of the academy is absolute. But there is a problem. Plato realizes that he has described the what, the philosopher-king, but he hasn't fully explained the why. Why do the philosophers look so foolish to the world? Why does the mob hate them? Why is the truth so painful to see? To explain this, he needs one last image. He needs a metaphor that captures the entire human condition, our ignorance, our arrogance, and the agonizing pain of learning. He needs to take us underground. He dips his stylus one more time. He is about to write the allegory of the cave. He imagines a row of prisoners, chained since childhood, facing a blank wall. He imagines the fire behind them, casting shadows. He imagines the flickering illusions that we mistake for reality. The beautiful city is about to be contrasted with the prison of shadows, and the journey of the soul is about to be mapped in a way that will never be forgotten. The stylus scratches on the papyrus, but the mind descends into the earth. We are leaving the sunlight of the ideal city and entering a place of damp, suffocating darkness. Plato asks us to imagine a cave, a subterranean cavern with a long, steep entrance leading up to the light. But we are not near the entrance. We are deep at the bottom, in the gloom, and we are not alone. There are people here. They are prisoners, but they are unlike any prisoners we have seen in the jails of Athens. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Their legs and necks are shackled in such a way that they cannot move. They cannot turn their heads. They can only stare straight ahead at the blank limestone wall of the cave. This image is one of the most haunting in all of literature because of its claustrophobic stillness. Imagine a life lived entirely in a fixed position, staring at a single surface. It is a nightmare of paralysis. But the prisoners do not know it is a nightmare. They do not know they are prisoners. They believe this damp, dark slot of the world is the entire universe. They have no memory of the sun, no concept of trees or wind. They only know the wall. Behind the prisoners, higher up, a fire is burning. And between the fire and the prisoners, there is a raised walkway like a puppet stage. Along this walkway, hidden by a low wall, people are walking. These are the puppeteers. They carry objects, statues of men, figures of animals, tools, and vessels made of wood and stone. They hold these objects up so that the light of the fire catches them and casts long flickering shadows onto the wall in front of the prisoners. The prisoners watch the wall. It is their cinema, their newsfeed, their reality. They see a shadow horse gallop across the stone. They hear the echo of the puppeteer's voice bouncing off the cave wall, and they assume the sound is coming from the shadow itself. "Look," one prisoner says to another, "a horse." But he is not seeing a horse. He is seeing a distortion of a copy of a horse. He is 2 steps removed from reality. Yet, because he has never seen a real horse, he accepts this flickering gray smudge as the absolute truth. Plato draws the scene with a terrifying psychological precision. The prisoners do not just watch the shadows. They care about them deeply. They compete with one another. They give prizes and honors to the man who can best remember the sequence of the shadows, or who can predict which shadow will come next. "Here comes the pot," they shout, and the man who guessed it first is hailed as a genius. They have created a whole culture, a whole system of expertise based entirely on illusions. And then Plato drops the hammer. He looks at Glaucon, his brother, and says, "They are like us." The cave is not a dungeon in some fantasy land. The cave is Athens. The cave is the world of politics and public opinion. The prisoners are the voters. We are the ones chained by our own ignorance, unable to turn our heads. And the shadows. The shadows are the narratives we are fed. They are the speeches of the politicians, the plays of the poets, the rumors of the marketplace. When a politician stands in the assembly and talks about justice or honor, he is holding up a wooden puppet. He is casting a shadow. He is not showing us the real thing. He likely doesn't even know what the real thing looks like, but he is showing us a shape that makes us feel something. Scholars have long debated the identity of the puppeteers in this allegory. Are they sinister manipulators? Are they the sophists and rhetoricians Plato hated so much? Or are they just politicians who are themselves stuck in the cave, merely wandering a little more freely than the rest? It is a chilling thought. The people running the show are just as trapped in the dark as the audience. They just happen to be the ones holding the sticks. The sensory details of the cave are vital to understanding Plato's distrust of democracy. Democracy, to him, is a system that governs by shadows. It relies on appearances. The candidate who looks honest gets the vote, regardless of his soul. The policy that sounds patriotic wins the applause, regardless of its consequences. The shadow is always easier to digest than the truth. A shadow has no sharp edges. It is soft, vague, and entertaining. The prisoners love the show. If you tried to turn off the projector, they would riot. There is a grim humor in the description of the honors given in the cave. We can imagine Plato thinking of a specific rival, perhaps a popular orator like Socrates, being crowned with laurel wreaths for a speech that was entirely vacuous. Look at him. Plato seems to say he is the king of shadows. He is the smartest man in the asylum. The awards we give each other in public life, the titles, the statues, the fame, are, in Plato's eyes, as meaningless as a gold medal for guessing that a shadow rabbit comes after a shadow duck. But the chains are the most interesting part. They are not made of iron. They are made of habit. The prisoners are trapped because they cannot imagine a world outside the cave. Their reality tunnel is sealed. If someone were to suggest that there is a sun outside that creates the seasons and gives life to the world, the prisoners would laugh. Sun, they would sneer. There is no sun. There is only the fire. They mistake the artificial light of their culture for the true light of the universe. This allegory explains why Plato felt so alienated from his own city. He walked through Athens and saw everyone staring at the wall. He saw them getting angry at shadows, falling in love with shadows, killing each other over shadows. He realized that you cannot simply talk to these people. You cannot just walk up to a prisoner and say, "That's not a horse." He won't believe you. His eyes are not used to looking at anything else. To save him, you cannot just argue. You have to do something violent. You have to break the chains. You have to force him to stand up. The atmosphere in the academy, as this story is told, must have been electric. The students, kneeling in the dirt, drawing their geometries, suddenly understand what the math is for. The math is the file that cuts the chains. The study of the forms is the turning of the head. Plato is telling them, you think you are free because you are Athenians? You are slaves. You are sitting in the dark, watching a puppet show, and you think it's real life. I am here to drag you out. But the journey out is not a happy skip through a meadow. It is a trauma. It is painful. The prisoner who is released does not run joyfully toward the exit. He fights. He screams. He wants to go back to his comfortable seat and his familiar shadows. The light hurts his eyes. The ascent is steep and jagged. Plato prepares to describe the most agonizing experience a human being can have, the experience of education. Real education is not filling a bucket with water. It is turning a soul around against its will. The prisoner is about to be dragged up the rough ascent, kicking and screaming, toward a light so bright it will feel like blindness. And now the violence begins. Plato does not describe the liberation of the prisoner as a gentle awakening or a polite invitation. He describes it as a kidnapping. Imagine that someone, a teacher, a gadfly, a relentless questioner, comes to the prisoner and forcibly unshackles him. The prisoner does not stand up with gratitude. He stands up with a groan of agony. His limbs are atrophied from a lifetime of sitting. His neck, stiff from staring at the wall, screams in protest as he is forced to turn around. And when he turns, he does not see clarity. He sees the fire. The light of the fire, which he has never seen directly, strikes his dilated pupils like a physical blow. He is dazzled, blinking furiously, tears streaming down his face. He cannot make out the objects passing on the walkway, the statues, and the stone figures. They are just blurry, painful shapes in the glare. If the teacher points to one of the objects and says, "Look, this is a horse, not the shadow you saw before," the prisoner will not believe him. He will squeeze his eyes shut and try to turn back toward the wall. The shadows were comfortable. The shadows didn't hurt. The truth is a migraine. He believes with all his heart that the fuzzy, painful things he is seeing now are less real than the sharp, clear, dark shapes he has known all his life. But the teacher does not let him go. This is the crucial moment of education, the pedagogy, the turning around of the soul. It requires force. The teacher drags him away from the fire, past the puppeteers, and pushes him towards the mouth of the cave. The path is not a paved road. Plato describes it as a rough, steep ascent. It is a struggle. The prisoner slides on the loose stones, scrapes his knees, and fights against the hand that pulls him. He is angry. He feels abused. Why is this happening to him? Why can't he just be left alone to guess the shadows? Then they burst out into the open air. If the fire was painful, the sun is catastrophic. The prisoner is now fully blind. The radiance of the upper world is so intense that it obliterates his vision completely. He falls to the ground, shielding his face, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the light. This is Plato's metaphor for the first encounter with the good, when a mind that has been stuck in the basement of opinion is suddenly confronted with absolute truth. It cannot process it. It shuts down. It feels like madness. The recovery is slow. It takes time, perhaps years, for the eyes to adjust. Plato details the stages of this acclimatization with the care of an optometrist. First, the prisoner can only look at the ground. He sees shadows, but these are the shadows of real trees, not puppets. Then, he looks at reflections in the water. He sees the wavering image of a bird, the shimmer of a cloud in a puddle. These are safer to look at than the things themselves. Gradually, as his eyes strengthen, he lifts his gaze. He looks at the objects, the olive trees, the stones, the birds flying in the air. He is stunned by their solidity, their color, their three-dimensionality. They are so much more real than the flat, gray shapes in the cave. Finally, he looks at the sky. He starts at night, watching the moon and the stars, the lesser lights of the intelligible realm. Mathematics and astronomy are the night sky of the mind, preparing it for the day. And then One morning, he is ready. He steels himself. He looks up. He sees the sun. He does not just see it, he understands it. He realizes that this blazing ball of fire is the guardian of all things. It is the source of the seasons. It causes the plants to grow. It makes the animals visible. In a flash of profound intuition, he realizes that the sun is the cause of everything he has ever seen. Even the shadows in the cave were only possible because of a fire that was a tiny, dim copy of this great star. In the philosophical language of the Republic, he has beheld the form of the good. He understands that justice, truth, and beauty are not just words. They are the light sources of the universe. The relief is overwhelming. He is free. He breathes the fresh air of reality. He looks down at his own hands and sees them clearly for the first time. He remembers the cave, and a wave of pity washes over him. He thinks of his old friends, still chained to the bench, betting on which shadow will come next, awarding each other little prizes for being the smartest at guessing. How ridiculous it all seems now. How petty. The wisdom of the cave is like a group of men arguing about the shape of a cloud while standing in a closet. Plato quotes a line from Homer's Odyssey to capture the prisoner's feeling. The ghost of Achilles says he would rather be a serf on the land of a poor man than a king over all the dead. The philosopher feels the same. He would rather be a beggar in the sunlight than the president of the cave. He would rather suffer anything in the real world than go back to living by illusions. This is the peak of the Republic, the high noon of Plato's vision. He has taken us to the summit. We have escaped the ship, the beast, and the dungeon. We are standing in the light of pure reason. It is a moment of perfect, serene isolation. The philosopher is happy. He wants to stay here forever, contemplating the sun, living in the Isles of the Blessed, far away from the sweat and stupidity of politics. But Plato is not a mystic who leaves the world behind. He is a man haunted by the memory of Socrates. And Socrates did not stay in the sun. Socrates went back. The dialogue takes a sharp, tragic turn. Socrates tells Glaucon that they cannot allow the liberated prisoners to remain in the upper world. We must not allow them to do what they do today, he says. We must compel them to go back down. Glaucon is shocked. Will we do them an injustice? He asks. Will we make them live a worse life when they could live a better one? You have forgotten again, my friend, Socrates replies gently. The law is not concerned with making any one class in the city do outstandingly well, but with functioning for the happiness of the city as a whole. The philosopher must return. He must leave the sunlight he loves and descend back into the misery of the cave. He must go back to the darkness, where his eyes will be confused again. He must sit beside the prisoners and try to explain to them that the shadows are not real. He must compete with the shadow experts in the courts and the assemblies. And here is the danger. When the philosopher returns, his eyes are full of darkness because he is coming from the light. He stumbles. He looks awkward. To the prisoners, he looks stupid. Look at him, they jeer. He went up and he came back with his eyes ruined. The ascent spoiled him. They laugh at him, and if he tries to unchain them and drag them up, they will not thank him. They will be terrified. They will say he is trying to blind them too. And if they could somehow get their hands on him and kill him, Plato writes, wouldn't they kill him? The shadow of the trial falls across the page again. The answer is yes. They killed Socrates. The allegory of the cave is not just a theory of education, it is an autopsy of Athens. It explains why the just man was murdered, because he tried to tell the prisoners that the wall was a lie. The tragedy of the philosopher is that he is doomed to be misunderstood by the very people he is trying to save. He speaks the language of the sun in a world that only knows the dialect of the shadow. But he goes down anyway. He goes down because it is his duty. The true ruler is the man who descends. And as Plato writes this, he knows that his own time of sitting in the garden is coming to an end. The world is calling him. A letter is on its way, or perhaps it has already arrived, from the island of Sicily. A tyrant is waiting. A real-world cave is asking for a philosopher. Plato is about to find out if the ideal city can survive contact with a very real and very dangerous king. The papyrus scrolls of the Republic are rolled up, tied with linen string, and shelved in the wooden cubbyholes of the Academy's library. The ink is dry. The dream of the beautiful city is complete, existing in perfect, suspended silence within the minds of the students. But the world outside has a way of interrupting dreams with a loud, insistent knocking at the door. It is the year 367 BC. Plato is now 60 years old, an age when most ancient men were content to sit in the sun, bounce grandchildren on their knees, and prepare for the end. He has earned his peace. He has built his fortress of reason. He has spent 20 years cultivating the olive grove of philosophy, safe from the storms of politics. He is the master of the garden, respected, established, and safe. And then a ship arrives from the west. It brings a letter from Syracuse, the glittering, dangerous metropolis on the coast of Sicily. To understand the weight of this letter, we must understand the city that sent it. Syracuse was not like Athens. Athens was a fading beauty, an aristocrat fallen on hard times, living on the memory of her past glory. Syracuse was the nouveau riche powerhouse of the Mediterranean. It was massive, fortified, fabulously wealthy, and bristling with mercenaries. It was the New York or the Dubai of the ancient world, a place where money flowed like water and power was naked, brutal, and efficient. For decades, it had been ruled by Dionysius the Elder, a tyrant of legendary cruelty and competence, a man who had turned the city into a personal fortress. But the old lion was dead. The Iron Man of Sicily had finally succumbed, leaving the throne to his son, Dionysius the Younger. The letter was not from the new king, but from Dion. We must pause here to look at Dion, for he is the second most important person in Plato's emotional life, rivaled only by Socrates. Years earlier, during Plato's first youthful travels, he had met Dion in the court of the old tyrant. Dion was then a young man of striking intensity, austere, brilliant, and utterly captivated by Plato's teachings. While the rest of the Syracusan court was busy drinking, gambling, and plotting, Dion was studying geometry and ethics. He was the perfect student Plato had always dreamed of, the soul of gold living in the Iron City. Now Dion was writing with urgent, breathless hope. He told Plato that the new king, Dionysius II, was not like his father. He was young, barely 30. He was uneducated, yes, and prone to the excesses of youth, fast chariots, endless parties, and shiny things. But he was not yet hardened. He was malleable clay. "Come now," Dion urged. "There is a chance here. The young man is listening to me. He wants to learn. If you come now, we can turn him. We can make him a philosopher-king. Imagine the conflict in Plato's heart as he read these words in the quiet shade of the academy. He must have felt a cold pit in his stomach. He knew what Sicily was. He knew the court life, a snake pit of spies, flatterers, and assassins. He knew that the odds of turning a spoiled prince into a sage were astronomically low. He was an old man. The journey by sea was dangerous. The food was rich and greasy. Plato famously complained that Syracusans ate 2 massive meals a day and never slept alone at night. Why would he leave his paradise to walk back into hell? But then, the haunting words of his own philosophy whispered to him. He had written the Republic. He had written that the world would never be saved until philosophers became kings. If he refused this call, what was he? Was he just a man of words? Was he a logos spinner who hid in a garden while the real world burned? In his 7th letter, he confesses his motivation with a touching vulnerability. I fear to see myself at last, altogether nothing but words, so to speak. A man who would never willingly lay hand to any concrete task. He could not bear the hypocrisy. He had to go. He had to prove that his philosophy was not just a cloud castle, but a blueprint that could work on the hard earth. So, the old philosopher packed his bags once again. The scene of his departure from Athens must have been poignant. He left the academy in the hands of Eudoxus, or perhaps another trusted lieutenant, looking back at the olive trees with the heavy heart of a man who knows he might never see them again. He boarded the trireme, surrendering his body to the unpredictable sea. The voyage was long and rough. As the ship approached the great harbor of Syracuse, Plato would have seen the difference immediately. Athens was a city of temples. Syracuse was a city of walls. The island fortress of Ortygia, the tyrant's stronghold, rose from the water like a stone fist. The harbor was choked with warships, hundreds of them. This was not a democracy debating in the Knicks. This was a military superpower. When he stepped onto the dock, the reception was overwhelming. Dionysius II, eager to show off his new intellectual hobby, had arranged a royal welcome. The philosopher was not greeted as a prisoner this time, but as a rock star. There were chariots, garlands, and crowds. The young king wanted the prestige of having the most famous mind in Greece as his personal tutor. It was a trophy hunt. He wanted Plato the way a modern billionaire might want a rare Picasso. Something to hang on the wall to prove he has culture. Plato was whisked into the inner sanctum of the citadel. The atmosphere of the court was a sensory overload of luxury and paranoia. The floors were made of rare mosaics. The tables groaned under the weight of Sicilian delicacies. The wine flowed in rivers, but everywhere there were eyes. The king's ears, spies and informers, lurked behind every pillar. The bodyguards were mercenaries from Gaul and Spain, tall men with strange accents and heavy swords. It was a place where a smile could mean a promotion or a death sentence. And there, in the center of it all, sat the young king. Dionysius II was a man-child, flushed with power, eager to please, but with the wandering attention span of a gnat. He looked at Plato with wide, excited eyes. "Teach me," he said. "Make me wise." Plato looked at him. He saw the vanity, the softness, the lack of discipline. But he also saw Dion standing in the shadows, nodding encouragingly, his face set in a mask of stoic hope. Plato took a deep breath. He decided he would not start with politics. He would not start with how to rule. He would start where he always started. He would start with the foundation. If you wish to be a king, we can imagine Plato saying, his voice calm and quiet amidst the noise of the court, you must first learn to be a master of yourself. And to master yourself, you must understand the order of the universe. Tomorrow, Your Majesty, we begin with geometry. It was a bold, almost suicidal gamble. He was going to try to teach a man who owned everything that the only thing worth having was the invisible truth. The experiment of the Republic had moved from the page to the palace. The mouse had entered the lion's den, armed only with a stick and a diagram in the sand, and the whole Greek world held its breath to see if the lion would learn to count, or if he would simply get bored and eat the teacher. For a brief, surreal season, the most feared fortress in the Mediterranean was transformed into a university. The royal citadel of Ortygia, usually echoing with the clank of mercenary armor and the whispers of spies, was suddenly filled with a very different sound, the scratching of styluses and the soft sweeping of sand. History records this moment with a detail that feels almost like a fable. The fashion of the court shifted overnight. Because the king was studying geometry, everyone had to study geometry. The courtiers, the generals, and the sycophants, men who had spent their lives learning how to poison rivals or flatter tyrants, were suddenly on their hands and knees, drawing triangles in the dust that had been scattered over the precious mosaic floors. The palace was literally covered in the dust of the diagram. It was a spectacle of forced intellectualism, a fad driven by the desperate desire to be close to power. If Dionysius liked math, then by the gods, they would all love math. Plato moved through this strange, dusty theater with a watchful eye. He was not fooled by the sudden enthusiasm of the courtiers. He knew they were merely miming the movements of wisdom to keep their jobs. But his focus was entirely on the young king. The early days were promising, almost intoxicatingly so. Dionysius II was intelligent, charming, and possessed a hunger for praise that could be mistaken for a hunger for truth. He listened to Plato with wide-eyed adoration. He sat for hours, nodding as the philosopher explained that a ruler must first rule the chaos in his own soul before he could presume to rule a city. He seemed to accept the hard discipline. He drank less wine. He dismissed the flute girls early. He spoke of virtue and justice with the zeal of a convert. For Dion, standing in the background, this was the miracle he had prayed for. He watched his nephew struggling with the axioms of Euclid, and he believed he was seeing the birth of the first philosopher-king. He saw a Sicily where the tyranny would dissolve into a constitutional monarchy, where the laws would rule instead of the sword. The austere, stoic Dion began to relax, believing that the cure was working. But education is not a miracle. It is a surgery, and surgeries are painful. As the novelty of the new hobby wore off, the difficult reality set in. Plato was not teaching Dionysius secrets or magic words that would instantly make him a great statesman. He was teaching him the slow, grinding logic of mathematics. He was demanding patience. He was demanding that the king admit he was wrong when his proofs failed. For a young man who had been told from birth that his every whim was law, the experience of being wrong was a shock to the system. The geometry did not flatter him. The numbers did not bow when he entered the room. Dionysius began to fidget. He wanted the result without the process. He wanted to skip to the part where he was the wise ruler, skipping the part where he was the humble student. He began to ask, When do we get to the politics? When do I learn the high secrets? And Plato, unyielding as a stone, would reply, when your mind is ready to hold them. The friction began to heat up. The king felt like a schoolboy in his own palace. Meanwhile, the shadows of the court began to move. The old guard, the faction of loyalists who had served the old tyrant, watched this transformation with growing horror. Their leader was Philistus, a historian and a man of brutal, practical intelligence. To Philistus, Plato was not a wise man, he was a dangerous subversive. He saw the softening of the king not as progress, but as suicide. If the king stopped drinking, stopped feasting, and started thinking about justice, he might disband the mercenary guard. He might restore the democracy. He might, worst of all, hand power over to Dion. The whispers began. They were subtle at first, poured into the king's ear like poison while he was resting or bathing. Look at Dion, they murmured. See how he stands so close to the Athenian. See how they whisper together in the corner. They are not teaching you, Majesty. They are distracting you. The narrative was brilliantly constructed to play on the king's deepest insecurity. They claimed that Plato was a sorcerer, weaving a web of words to paralyze the king's will. They suggested that the geometry was a trick to keep the king's eyes on the ground while Dion stole the crown. They want you to be a philosopher so Dion can be the king. Dionysius was a man of weak character, and weak men are easily terrified. The seed of suspicion took root instantly. He began to look at his uncle Dion not as a mentor, but as a rival. He began to look at Plato not as a teacher, but as a conspirator. The atmosphere in the geometry classes changed. The king's questions became interrogations. His eyes darted around the room. The dust on the floor was no longer a symbol of learning. It was just dirt. The crisis came to a head over a letter, or perhaps a forged rumor of a letter. The enemies of Dion produced evidence claiming that Dion had been secretly corresponding with the Carthaginians, the eternal enemies of Syracuse. They claimed he was negotiating a peace treaty behind the king's back, acting as if he were already the head of state. It was the perfect pretext. One afternoon, Dionysius invited Dion to a walk in the palace gardens, down by the seawall. It seemed like a reconciliation. They walked together, the young king and the stern uncle, talking in low voices. But when they reached the harbor, the trap was sprung. Dionysius produced the accusation. Before Dion could defend himself, before he could call for a trial or summon Plato, he was seized by the gods. A ship was waiting. He was not executed. Dionysius was too afraid of the public backlash for that. But he was exiled. He was shoved onto the boat and sent away to Greece, stripped of his position, his influence, and his home. Plato was left alone in the lion's den. The situation was terrifying. The philosopher-king project had exploded. The king had just banished his own best advisor and Plato's closest friend. Plato expected to be arrested next. He sat in his quarters, listening to the waves hitting the seawall, wondering if his own ship to the underworld was being prepared. But then, a strange and twisted thing happened, a psychological twist that only a writer of Plato's caliber could appreciate. Dionysius did not arrest Plato. He kept him. The young king was possessive. He wanted the prestige of the philosopher without the threat of the uncle. He didn't want Plato to leave, because that would mean admitting the experiment had failed. He wanted to prove that he could be a philosopher on his own, without Dion, so the tyranny transformed into a golden cage. Dionysius showered Plato with gifts, frantic affection, and desperate invitations to dinner. He practically begged Plato to love him. "Don't you prefer me to Dion?" he would ask, with the pathetic neediness of a child. "Am I not a better student?" He tried to buy the philosopher's approval. He moved Plato into the royal apartments, ostensibly to honor him, but in reality to watch him. Plato was now a prisoner of state, trapped by the erratic love of a tyrant. He had to play a dangerous game. He could not openly rebel, or he would be killed. He could not openly agree, or he would betray his principles. He had to walk a tightrope, using all his dialectical skill, not to find the truth, but simply to survive the dinner conversation. He kept asking to leave, and Dionysius kept refusing, offering one more month, one more lesson, one more season. The dust had settled on the palace floor. The courtiers had stopped drawing triangles and gone back to drinking wine. The experiment was dead, but the play was dragging on. Plato looked at the young king and saw the tragedy of the human soul writ large. A man who wanted to be good, but was addicted to being powerful. He realized, with a heavy heart, that you cannot teach geometry to a man who is terrified of losing control. The lines of the triangle are fixed and eternal, but the mind of a tyrant is a shifting liquid chaos. And in the midst of this chaos, Plato sat, a hostage to his own fame, waiting for the wind to change so he could escape the beautiful city that had turned into a very real prison. The seasons turned. The wind shifted from the dry sirocco of the south to the biting tramontana of the north. But the atmosphere inside the citadel of Ortygia remained stagnant. Plato was living in a nightmare of aggressive hospitality. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from being the object of a tyrant's affection, a psychological fatigue that is perhaps heavier than chains. Dionysius did not want to torture Plato. He wanted to absorb him. He wanted to devour the philosopher's prestige and make it his own. He treated Plato like a prized bird in a gilded aviary, constantly feeding him, constantly preening him, but never unlocking the door. The young king's mood swung wildly between the petulance of a rejected lover and the arrogance of a god. One day he would weep, begging Plato to explain why he preferred the company of the sour-faced Dion to the vibrant, generous king. The next day, he would stride into the room, flushed with wine, and declare that he had solved the riddles of the universe on his own, and that Plato was merely holding him back. It was a masterclass in the failure of education. Plato, watching this disintegration, realized a devastating truth that would shadow his later writings. Wisdom cannot be grafted onto a soul like a branch onto a tree. It must grow from the roots. If the soil is shallow, if the character is built on vanity rather than virtue, the plant will wither. Dionysius was brilliant, yes. He had a quick, jagged intelligence that could mimic philosophy perfectly. He could memorize the arguments. He could parrot the definitions of justice. But he did not feel them. To him, philosophy was just another form of rhetoric, another weapon to use at the dinner table to make his courtiers feel stupid. He didn't want the cure. He just wanted the doctor's credentials. The most humiliating moments for Plato came when Dionysius began to pose as a teacher himself. The king would gather his sycophants, the same men who had plotted against Dion, and deliver long, rambling lectures on the nature of the good, plagiarizing ideas he had heard from Plato just hours before, but twisting them to justify his own power. He would look at Plato with a challenging smirk, daring the old master to correct him in public. Plato sat in silence, the ultimate discipline of the philosopher. He saw that the philosopher-king was becoming a parody. He was witnessing the birth of the sophist king, a ruler who uses the language of truth to weave a web of lies. The relationship eventually devolved into a strange, high-stakes negotiation. Plato wanted to go home. He missed the quiet of the academy. He missed the sanity of Athens. He missed men who loved the truth more than themselves. But Dionysius held the ultimate bargaining chip: Dion's property. When he had exiled Dion, he had seized his vast estates and his income. Now he dangled them in front of Plato. "Stay for the winter," the king would say, "and I will send Dion his revenue. If you leave, I might just keep it all." It was extortion disguised as friendship. Plato was being held hostage, not for his own life, but for the financial survival of his friend. He stayed. He endured the lavish banquets where the conversation felt like walking through a minefield. He endured the stifling heat of the Sicilian summer. He watched as the mercenaries sharpened their swords and the spies whispered in the corridors. He was the smartest man in the world, yet he was utterly powerless against a man with the emotional maturity of a toddler and the authority of a deity. But history, as it often does, provided an exit where logic could not. The world intervened. The drums of war began to beat in the west. The Carthaginians, the great brooding empire of North Africa, were stirring again. A rebellion had broken out in the Sicilian territories. Dionysius, for all his philosophical posturing, was still a tyrant who needed to secure his borders. The distractions of war meant that he could no longer afford the luxury of a full-time intellectual babysitter. He needed to inspect fleets, not diagrams. He needed to pay mercenaries, not debate the immortality of the soul. Sensing the shift, Plato pressed his advantage. He asked for permission to leave, promising, with the diplomatic ambiguity that survival required, that he would return when the war was over, provided that Dion was also recalled. It was a face-saving lie for both of them. Dionysius could pretend he was sending the philosopher on a mission. Plato could pretend he intended to come back. The agreement was struck. A trireme was prepared. The cage door creaked open. The departure was not a joyous escape, but a tense, hurried evacuation. As Plato walked down the stone ramp of the citadel to the waiting ship, he must have felt the weight of his failure pressing down on him like the humid air of the harbor. He had come to Sicily to build the Callipolis, the beautiful city. He was leaving, having built nothing but a monument to his own naivety. He had proven, in the most painful way possible, that the central thesis of the Republic was flawed, or at least incomplete. You can find a philosopher, and you can find a king, but merging them into one person is a task that might require a god, not a teacher. As the ship pulled away from the great harbor, passing the formidable sea walls and the towering temple of Apollo, Plato looked back at the island. He saw the beauty of Syracuse glowing in the sunlight, a city of immense power, wealth, and potential. But he knew now that it was hollow. It was a ship of fools with golden sails. The captain was not looking at the stars. He was looking in the mirror. The journey back to Athens was a time of bitter reflection. The third wave had crashed, and he was shipwrecked. But as the familiar coast of Attica came into view, the humbler, drier, dustier landscape of home, a new thought began to take shape. Perhaps the problem was not the philosophy, but the method. He had tried to impose order from the top down. He had tried to convert the head of the state, hoping the body would follow. But the head was rotten. Perhaps the only way to save the world was to continue the slow, quiet work of the academy, to grow the rulers from the ground up, to catch them before they were kings, before the taste of power had ruined their palates. He returned to the olive grove, to the simple hut and the waiting students. They must have looked at him with awe, the man who had walked into the tyrant's court and survived. They surely asked him, "Master, what was it like? Did he learn? Is the ideal city rising in the west?" And Plato, weary and aged, likely sat down, rubbed the salt of the sea from his beard, and said simply, "The wolf does not learn geometry." He resumed his teaching. He picked up the stylus again. But the tone of his work began to shift. The absolute certainty of the Republic began to soften into the pragmatic skepticism of his later dialogues. He began to wonder if the rule of law was perhaps safer than the rule of men, even wise men. If a philosopher-king is impossible to find, then maybe we must settle for a written constitution that chains everyone, even the rulers, to the mast. But the story of Sicily was not over. The tragedy had one more act to play, and before the final curtain, there would be a strange, dark interlude, a legend that history still whispers about, a moment where the king's anger allegedly turned the world's greatest thinker into its most famous piece of merchandise. The story of the slave market awaits. The ship that carried Plato away from the island of fire did not sail on a straight line to safety. In the ancient world, the sea was a place of monsters and miracles, but the most dangerous currents were always those stirred by the anger of powerful men. There is a dark chapter in the life of the philosopher, a story so strange and humiliating that it feels like a grim fairy tale. Yet it has persisted in the margins of history for 2 millennia. It is the legend of the slave market. While some chroniclers place this event earlier in his life, under the rule of the first tyrant, the shadow of it falls heavily over his entire relationship with Sicily. It serves as the ultimate reminder of the risk one takes when trying to teach wisdom to a wolf. The story goes that the tyrant's rage did not end with a polite farewell at the dock. As the trireme cut through the waves, the captain, a Spartan named Polus, carried secret orders sealed in wax. The orders were simple and brutal. If possible, kill him. If not, sell him. The tyrant reasoned, with a twisted sort of logic, that if Plato truly believed that the just man is happy even in chains, then he shouldn't mind being a slave. It would be a practical test of his philosophy. Imagine the betrayal. The sun is setting over the Aegean, turning the water to liquid bronze. Plato sits on the deck, breathing the salt air, believing he is returning to his olive grove. But the course changes. The ship does not head for the friendly port of Piraeus. It turns toward Aegina. At this time, Aegina and Athens were locked in a bitter war, and the law of Aegina was stark. Any Athenian caught on the island was to be sold into slavery or put to death. The captain was not just taking him off course. He was delivering him into the mouth of the enemy. The scene that follows is one of the most surreal images in the history of thought. We find ourselves in the bustling, dusty chaos of the Aeginetan slave market. It is a place of noise, sweat, and misery, where human beings are inspected like cattle. And there, standing on the auction block, is the author of The Republic. The man who designed the perfect city in the clouds is now standing in the dirt, waiting for a price to be put on his head. He is stripped of his dignity, his robes dusty, his hands perhaps bound with rough hemp rope. The auctioneer shouts, describing his qualities not as a thinker, but as a worker. Strong shoulders, he might yell. Good for carrying water, quiet demeanor, seems intelligent. There is a terrible, quiet irony here. Plato had spent his life teaching that the only true slavery is the slavery of the soul to its appetites. He taught that a tyrant, even on a throne, is a slave to his lusts, while a philosopher, even in chains, is free because his mind possesses the truth. Now, the universe was asking him, "Is it true, Plato? Do you feel free now?" We can imagine him standing there, silent and stoic, watching the crowd with those intense, dark eyes, analyzing the injustice of the situation. Not with anger, but with the detached curiosity of a doctor observing a disease. He realized that his body could be bought and sold, but the part of him that knew the geometry of the triangle remained untouchable. The triangle cannot be put in chains. Historians still argue whether this event happened exactly as the legends say, or if it was an embellishment created by later biographers to make the philosopher look more heroic. Did Dionysius really send the order? Was it just bad luck? Or is it a metaphor for the way politics always tries to commodify wisdom? Regardless of the facts, the emotional truth is undeniable. The world tried to reduce the greatest mind of the age to a piece of property worth perhaps 20 minnie. But the gods, it seems, enjoy a good coincidence. As the bidding dragged on, or perhaps as he sat in a holding cell awaiting his fate, a face appeared in the crowd. It was Anacharis of Cyrene, a chariot racer and a man of wealth whom Plato had known in his travels. Anacharis saw the philosopher in his rags. He did not see a slave. He saw the man who had taught him about the nature of virtue. Shocked and horrified, he stepped forward. He did not haggle. He paid the ransom immediately. Some say it was 20 minae, others say 30. He bought Plato, but he did not keep him. With the grace of a true friend, Anacharis cut the ropes and declared him free. When Plato's friends back in Athens tried to repay Anacharis for the money, the Cyrenian refused to take it, saying famously that the Athenians were not the only ones who had the right to admire Plato. The return to Athens after this ordeal must have been a moment of profound, quiet triumph. Plato walked back into the academy, not just as a teacher, but as a survivor. He had looked into the abyss of total powerlessness and found that his soul did not crack. The experience hardened his resolve. He knew now, with a certainty, that no book could teach, that the world of men is cruel, capricious, and blind. The slave market became a symbol of everything that was wrong with the material world. It was the ultimate proof that society values the wrong things. In the market, a strong back is worth more than a brilliant mind. This dark legend hung over the academy like a warning sign. It reminded every student that philosophy was not a safe hobby. It was a dangerous vocation. To seek the truth was to risk everything. And yet, incredibly, the allure of the practical test was not gone. The scar of the chains had barely healed when the letters began to arrive again. The drama in Sicily was not finished. The young tyrant, Dionysius II, was writing again. He was apologetic. He was lonely. He promised that things would be different this time. He promised that if Plato came back, just one more time, he would listen. Most men would have thrown the letter in the fire. Most men would have stayed in the safety of the garden, enjoying their freedom. But Plato was not most men. He was haunted by the unfinished business of the soul. He looked at the letter, and then he looked at his students. He realized that he could not teach them courage if he was afraid to risk his own comfort. The third wave of his life was building up for one final crashing attempt. The slave who had been ransomed was preparing to walk back into the house of the master. It is the year 361 BC. The olive trees in the academy have thickened with 6 more years of growth, and Plato's beard is now fully white. He is nearly 70 years old, a time when a man should be tending to his legacy, not packing his trunk for an adventure. Yet, the sea calls again, and this time the call is laced with a poison that makes it impossible to ignore. The letters from Syracuse have returned, but the tone has shifted from the pleading of a student to the veiled threats of a kidnapper. Dionysius II writes that he is ready to resume his studies. He claims to have grown in wisdom, but then comes the hook, sharp and cruel. If Plato does not come, Dion, who is still languishing in exile in Greece, will never see his vast fortune again. The king is holding a friend's livelihood hostage to force a teacher's attendance. There is also a new voice in the chorus. Archytas of Tarentum, the brilliant Pythagorean statesman and Plato's friend, adds his weight to the request. He writes that the situation has truly improved, that the king is now serious about philosophy. Archytas, usually a man of mathematical precision, has perhaps been deceived by the distance. He urges Plato to come, vouching for the king's soul. It is a pincer movement of guilt and hope. Plato looks at the quiet safety of his garden, sighs the deep sigh of a man who knows better, and steps onto the ship. This is not a voyage of discovery. It is a rescue mission. He is going into the lion's den one last time, not to tame the beast, but to save the meat it is guarding. The arrival in Syracuse is a grim reprise of his previous visit, but the colors are harsher, the shadows deeper. The novelty has worn off. The courtiers no longer pretend to draw triangles. They watch the old philosopher with the weary eyes of men who know that his presence means longer dinners and boring speeches. Dionysius receives him with a frantic performative joy. But Plato can sense the change. The boy is gone. In his place is a man solidified by power, arrogant, bloated with flattery, and convinced of his own genius. He does not want a teacher. He wants a mirror that will tell him he is the wisest man in the world. Plato decides to deploy a specific diagnostic tool, a litmus test for the soul that he mentions in his letters. He calls it the Great Test. He explains that when you meet a king who claims to love philosophy, you must not flatter him. You must instead show him the entire journey, the sheer crushing difficulty of the path. You must tell him about the years of study, the discipline, the early mornings, the giving up of pleasures. You must show him the mountain and say, "This is how high we must climb." If the man has a divine spark within him, he will look at the mountain and say, "When do we start? This is the only life worth living." He will fall in love with the labor itself. But if he is a man of sunburn, a man whose wisdom is just a tan on the surface of his skin, he will falter. He will say it is too hard. Or more dangerously, he will say, "Oh, I already know all of that. I don't need the work. I have the answers already." Plato sits with Dionysius in the garden and lays out the burden of the quest. He speaks of the rigorous dialectic, the endless self-examination. And then he waits. Dionysius smiles. He waves his hand dismissively. He tells Plato that he doesn't need this endless drilling. In fact, he reveals with a proud, conspiratorial whisper, he has already written a book on the subject. He has taken the scraps of conversation from their previous visits, mixed them with some hearsay from other sophists, and published a treatise on the ultimate nature of reality. He claims to have captured the highest truths in a handy, readable volume. For Plato, this is the moment the door slams shut forever. It is the ultimate betrayal of the Socratic method. Philosophy is not a set of facts you can write in a manual. It is a fire that is kindled in the soul through long companionship. To write it down as a dogma is to kill it. The king has not learned anything. He has merely collected ideas, like he collects racehorses. He thinks wisdom is something you can own, like a vase. Plato realizes with a cold, sinking clarity that the philosopher-king is a hollow shell. The man is a fraud. The pretense of teaching ends. Plato stops trying. He simply wants to leave. But now the trap tightens. Dionysius, sensing the philosopher's disdain, moves him out of the royal apartments. He assigns Plato a new room in the garden. But this room is located dangerously close to the barracks of the mercenaries. This is not an accident. The mercenaries hate Plato. They know that he has advised the king to reduce their pay and disband their regiments in favor of a citizen militia. To them, this old Athenian is not a sage. He is a threat to their livelihood. They sharpen their swords loud enough for him to hear. They mutter threats as he walks to the bath. He is effectively a prisoner in a yard full of wolves who are waiting for the leash to snap. The letters Plato writes during this period, if we accept the seventh letter as genuine, are filled with the dry, desperate humor of a man watching his own funeral preparations. He describes himself looking out at the sea like a bird staring at the sky from a cage, longing to fly. He is cut off from his friends. Theon is still in exile, and his property has been confiscated anyway. The king lied about that too. Everything is lost. The experiment is a catastrophe, but the brotherhood of the mind has a reach that tyranny cannot block. Word of Plato's peril reaches Tarentum. Archytas, the mathematician general, realizes the grave error he made in sending his friend back. He acts with the precision of a military commander. He does not send a letter. He sends a ship. A 30-oared galley, ostensibly on a diplomatic mission, sails into the great harbor of Syracuse. But the message it carries is blunt. Let him go, or there will be war. Archytas plays the game of politics perfectly. He appeals to Dionysius's vanity, framing the release as a favor between great statesmen. Dionysius, fearful of angering the powerful Italian city-state, and perhaps bored with his sullen house guest, relents. He throws a final farewell banquet, a scene of grotesque hypocrisy where he toasts Plato's health and pretends they are parting as friends. Plato, with the supreme discipline of a life spent in dialectic, plays his part. He drinks the wine, he smiles, he says the polite words, but his eyes are already on the horizon. He boards the ship. The oars slap the water. The fortress of Ortygia recedes, shrinking into a golden dot in the distance. Plato turns his back on it, and this time, he does not look back. He is done with kings. He is done with the hope that power can be educated from the top down. He realizes that the sickness of the tyrant is incurable, because the tyrant does not want to be cured. He only wants to be admired for his health. The voyage home is long and quiet. The old man sits on the deck, listening to the rhythm of the rowers. He thinks of Socrates, who died because he refused to stop questioning. He thinks of Dion, who lost everything for a dream. He thinks of the Republic, that beautiful city of words that now feels like a ghost story. He is returning to Athens empty-handed, defeated by the stubborn stupidity of the world. But as the wind fills the sail, a new kind of wisdom begins to settle in his bones. It is a colder, harder wisdom. He realizes that if the philosopher-king is impossible, because human nature is too flawed, then humanity needs a second-best option. If men cannot be trusted to rule by virtue, then they must be ruled by something else, something rigid, unfeeling, and unbreakable. They must be ruled by law. The Republic was a dream of the best. His next work must be a plan for the possible. He begins to conceive of a new project, a massive, dense, practical book that will abandon the rule of the wise man for the rule of the written code. It will be called The Laws, the ship docks in Piraeus. The familiar dust of Attica rises to meet him. He walks the long road back to the academy. The students are waiting. They see him coming, an old man, bowed but unbroken, carrying the weight of a failed world. He enters the garden. The third wave has crashed, and it has left him on the shore, a survivor of his own idealism. He gathers his robes, sits down in the shade of the shrine to the Muses, and prepares to teach them the hardest lesson of all, that sometimes the only way to save the city is to admit that the perfect city cannot be built. The sun has set on the life of the wanderer. We are now in the final act, the twilight years of a man who has lived through the rise and fall of empires, the execution of saints, and the failure of kings. Plato is an octogenarian. His beard is thin and white. His hands perhaps tremble slightly as they hold the stylus. And his walk through the olive grove is slower, measured by the ache in his joints rather than the stride of his ambition. The academy has changed too. It is no longer just a band of rebels. It is an institution, a respected center of learning, where the next generation, brilliant, arrogant young men like Aristotle, are already beginning to challenge the master's teachings. But Plato does not mind. He has retreated into the final fortress of his mind. He is writing his last, longest, and most difficult work. He is writing The Laws. If the Republic was a poem of the dawn, full of the radical hope that the human soul could be perfected, The Laws is a document of the dusk. It is written by a man who has looked deep into the eyes of the tyrant in Sicily and realized that the philosopher-king is a myth that cannot survive contact with human nature. He accepts now that the golden soul is too rare to build a government on. You cannot count on a savior to appear in every generation. And so, with a grim, pragmatic determination, he begins to design the second-best state, the city of Magnesia. This city is not ruled by a wise man. It is ruled by a book. In Magnesia, the law is the tyrant. It is a place of rigid, almost suffocating structure. Plato details everything with the obsessive care of a man who knows that chaos is waiting in the cracks. He legislates the music, only simple, patriotic tunes, the drinking parties, strictly regulated by age, the marriages, the funerals, and even the games of the children. He argues that if you let children play by different rules every day, they will grow up to be citizens who demand different laws every day. Change is the enemy. Stability is the god. The most striking feature of this new city is the disappearance of Socrates. For the first time in Plato's writing, the barefoot gadfly is gone. He is replaced by a character known simply as the Athenian stranger. This is telling. Socrates was the man of questions. The stranger is the man of answers. Socrates was the midwife who helped others give birth to the truth. The stranger is the architect who imposes the truth from above. Plato has realized that questioning is dangerous. Questioning killed Socrates. Questioning ruined Dionysius. In the twilight of his life, Plato seems to say, "Enough questions. We need walls." But deep within this fortress of rules, Plato plants a seed of his old mysticism, a final attempt to keep the light of philosophy alive. He creates an institution that sounds like something out of a secret society or a dark fable, the Nocturnal Council. Imagine the scene. It is deep night in Magnesia. The citizens are asleep, their lives safely bounded by the rules of the day. But high in the Acropolis, or perhaps in a secluded sanctuary, a group of men is gathering. They are the oldest, wisest men in the city, the guardians of the law. No, they meet only between dusk and dawn, when the distractions of the world are hidden by darkness. They are the brain of the state. Their job is not to pass new laws, but to study the eternal principles that underpin the existing ones. They are the only ones allowed to look at the stars, to study geometry, to discuss theology. They are the safety valve. The Nocturnal Council is Plato's admission that a book of laws is not enough. A book cannot think. A book cannot adapt. If a city is ruled only by paper, it will eventually become brittle and snap. There must be living intelligence at the core, but it must be hidden, protected, and insulated from the mob. These old men, sitting in the lamplight, are the philosopher-kings in retirement. They do not rule the streets. They watch the soul of the city. They ensure that the laws are aiming at virtue, not just commerce or war. There is a profound melancholy in this image. We see Plato projecting himself into this council. He is the old man in the night, watching over a world that is too stupid to save itself. He knows that the great beast of the public is sleeping just outside the door. He knows that the ship of fools is still drifting on the ocean. The Nocturnal Council is his final attempt to build a lighthouse. It is a desperate hope that if a few men can keep the flame of reason burning in the dark, maybe, just maybe, the city won't crash onto the rocks. The sensory atmosphere of the laws is different from his earlier works. It smells of old parchment, dry dust, and incense. It lacks the dramatic tension of the Gorgias or the soaring poetry of the Phaedo. It is dense, repetitive, and grinding. It reads like a legal code written by a man who has lost his patience with poetry. Critics often find it boring. But to understand Plato, you must read the boredom as a strategy. He is trying to bore the chaos out of humanity. He is trying to create a rhythm of life so steady, so predictable, that the wild passions of the soul simply starve to death. He writes about wine, for instance, with a strange clinical obsession. He treats drunkenness not as a sin, but as a controlled madness that can be used to test character. He suggests that the Nocturnal Council should use supervised drinking parties to see who can hold their liquor, who can remain rational when their chemistry is altered. It is the old symposium idea, but stripped of the romance. It is no longer about love. It is about quality control. As the scroll lengthens, we feel the weight of Plato's years. He is no longer looking for the perfect student. He is looking for a system that can survive bad students. He is building a machine that can run without a genius at the controls. He is designing a legacy that is foolproof. And yet, even here, in the driest pages of legislation, there are flashes of the old, heartbreaking beauty. He writes that humans are puppets of the gods, pulled by the strings of pleasure and pain. Our job, he says, is to grab the golden cord of reason, the soft yielding string of the law, and pull against the hard iron strings of appetite. The image of the puppet is poignant. Plato sees us all, himself included, as fragile toys dancing on a stage we do not understand. The Nocturnal Council are the puppets who have realized they are puppets. They are trying to look up at the puppeteer. They are trying to decipher the script before the curtain falls. The writing of the laws takes years. It is left unfinished, according to tradition. Wax tablets found on his desk after his death, not fully transcribed. It is the work of a man racing against the ultimate deadline. He knows he will not live to see Magnesia built. He knows he will never see the second-best state. But he writes anyway. He writes because he believes that law is the closest thing we have to God in this world. If we cannot have the rule of the best man, we must have the rule of the best code. The night deepens in the academy. The students are asleep in their huts, but the lamp in the master's window still burns. The old philosopher is awake, drafting the schedule for the Nocturnal Council, deciding who gets to sit in the dark and think about the sun. He is alone, but he is not lonely. He has his laws, he has his geometry, and he has the quiet, cold comfort of knowing that he has done his best to build a dam against the flood of time. The beautiful city was a dream of youth. Magnesia is the shelter for old age, and as he lays down the stylus, he prepares to tell one last story, a myth not of the future, but of the deep, drowned past. He prepares to tell the story of the city that failed before Athens even existed. He prepares to summon Atlantis. The shadows lengthen in the academy, stretching across the dusty ground like the fingers of ghosts. We are nearing the end of the long journey, and the old philosopher, now bowed with the weight of 80 years, has one last story to tell. It is a story that will outlive his philosophy, outlive his school, and haunt the imagination of dreamers, crackpots, and explorers for millennia to come. He sits among his students, perhaps including the young, sharp-eyed Aristotle, and unfolds a tale that he claims was brought from Egypt by his ancestor Solon. It is not a dry legal code or a geometric proof. It is a myth of fire and water, of gold and blood. It is the story of Atlantis. To the modern ear, Atlantis sounds like science fiction, a land of crystal towers and flying machines. But for Plato, writing in the dialogues Timaeus and Critias, Atlantis was not a fantasy of the future. It was a warning from the past. It was a dark mirror held up to the face of Athens. He describes a great island situated in front of the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, larger than Libya and Asia combined. It was a civilization of staggering wealth and engineering prowess. Imagine a city built in concentric circles of land and water, connected by tunnels wide enough for a trireme to sail through. The walls were plated with brass, tin, and a mysterious red metal called orichalcum that glowed like fire in the sun. The Atlanteans were the children of Poseidon, the god of the sea. For generations, they possessed a divine portion in their souls. They were gentle, wise, and despised everything but virtue. They cared little for their gold and silver, treating their immense wealth as a light burden rather than a heavy idol. They were the ideal rulers Plato had always dreamed of. Men who possessed power, but were not possessed by it. But then, the inevitable decay set in. Plato describes the fall of Atlantis not as a sudden accident, but as a slow genetic erosion. The divine portion began to fade, diluted by frequent mixing with mortal stock. The human nature, the unruly, greedy, chaotic wolf that Plato had fought all his life, began to gain the upper hand. The Atlanteans looked at their gold and stopped seeing it as a tool. They started seeing it as a god. They became unseemly to those who could see true beauty, but to the blind world, they appeared glorious and blessed at the very moment they were rotting from the inside. This is the crux of the story. Atlantis is the ultimate symbol of the ship of fools that has conquered the world. It is a superpower drunk on its own success. They possess the greatest navy, the strongest army, and the deepest coffers. But they had lost the ability to govern themselves. Driven by unrighteous ambition and power, they decided to enslave the rest of the world. They marched out of the Atlantic, a tidal wave of bronze and arrogance, threatening to swallow the Mediterranean whole. And who stood against them? Here, Plato engages in a brilliant, patriotic revision of history. He tells us that the only power capable of stopping the mighty imperial Atlantis was a small, prehistoric version of Athens. But this was not the noisy, democratic Athens of Plato's lifetime. This was old Athens, a mythical city that looked exactly like the Callipolis of the Republic. It was a city ruled by warrior philosophers, living communally, despising wealth, and disciplined by virtue. The war between Atlantis and old Athens was the ultimate contest between matter and mind, between the bloated empire and the just city. Against all odds, the small, virtuous city defeated the massive, corrupt empire. They liberated the enslaved peoples and set up trophies of victory. It was Plato's final argument that virtue is stronger than brute force, that a disciplined soul can defeat a giant body. But the story ends in cataclysm. The gods, seeing the wickedness of Atlantis, convened a council. Zeus, the god of justice, decided to punish the arrogant civilization. Plato writes of violent earthquakes and floods. In a single day and night of misfortune, the entire army of Athens sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis was swallowed by the sea and vanished forever. The description is terrifyingly clinical. There is no romance in it, only the brutal logic of nature cleaning up a mess. The mud from the sunken island, Plato claims, made the ocean in that part of the world impassable and impenetrable, a detail that likely made ancient sailors nod knowingly, even as they steered clear of the Atlantic. Scholars and historians have spent centuries arguing over this text. Is Atlantis real? Did Plato invent it entirely as a noble lie to illustrate his theories? Or did he base it on the dim memory of the Minoan civilization on Crete, destroyed by the volcanic eruption of Thera, Santorini, 1,000 years earlier? The parallels are striking. The advanced engineering, the bull worship, the sudden destruction by water and fire. It is possible that the Egyptian priests preserved the memory of this disaster, and Plato used it as the skeleton for his moral fable. But to search for Atlantis on a map is to miss the point, a mistake that thousands of explorers have made, spending their lives and fortunes chasing a metaphor. there is a gentle, tragic humor in this. Plato wrote a story to warn us against the obsession with material power. And for 2,000 years, people have read it and said, "Wow, look at all that gold. I wonder where it is." We are like the prisoners in the cave, ignoring the lesson to chase the shadow. For Plato, Atlantis was not a treasure map. It was a diagnosis. He was looking at his own city, Athens, which had built a maritime empire, bullied its neighbors, and become obsessed with wealth. He was looking at Syracuse, the fortified island of the tyrant. He was saying, "Look at you. You are becoming Atlantis. You think your walls and your ships make you safe. But if you lose your virtue, the earth itself will open up and swallow you." There is a haunting detail about the text of the Critias, the dialogue where the story is told in full. It cuts off in mid-sentence. Zeus calls the gods to his most honorable habitation, looks down at the wretched state of the Atlanteans, and prepares to speak. He opens his mouth to deliver the judgment, and the text ends. Silence. We do not know if Plato died before he could finish it, or if he simply abandoned it, realizing that the silence was more powerful than any speech. The unfinished story hangs in the air like a suspended cord. It leaves the listener with a sense of impending doom that never quite resolves. We are left waiting for the thunderbolt that is always about to fall. As the old philosopher finishes the tale, the students in the academy are silent. The sun has gone down completely now. The olive grove is dark. The story of the great, drowned city settles into their minds. They realize that all empires are fragile. They realize that the orichalcum walls of the state are nothing if the foundation is rotten. Plato looks at them, his eyes reflecting the lamplight. He knows he is leaving them soon. He knows he is like the old Athens, facing the rising tide of a new chaotic world. He has given them the laws, the geometry, the myths, and the warnings. He has built the dam as high as he can. The Atlantis story is his final gift, a reminder that civilization is a temporary victory over the dark waters of chaos. We build our towers, we write our laws, we light our fires. But the sea is always waiting. The divine portion within us is the only life raft we have. If we let it fade, if we let the human nature of greed and anger take the wheel, we will sink. The night air grows cold. A breeze rustles the leaves of the sacred olive trees, sounding like the whisper of the ocean. Plato pulls his cloak tighter around his frail shoulders. The time for storytelling is almost over. The time for the final journey, the one from which there is no return, is drawing near. The circle is closing. The boy who listened to Socrates in the marketplace is now the sage preparing to meet him in the underworld. The sun begins to dip below the horizon of Mount Egaleo for the final time in our story, casting the long, melancholy shadows of late evening across the academy grounds. It is 347 BC. The air is still, heavy, with the scent of pine resin and dry earth, and the cicadas have started their rhythmic, sawing chorus, a sound that has been the background music to every thought Plato ever had. He is 80 years old now. The broad shoulders that once gave him his nickname are stooped, the restless chest sunken beneath the folds of his himation. He sits on a stone bench near the shrine of the Muses, his hands resting on a cane made of polished olive wood. His eyes, though clouded by the cataracts of age, still possess that terrifying, penetrating darkness that can strip a man's soul bare from 20 paces. But tonight, they are soft. He is not looking at a theorem. He is looking at his legacy. The garden is busy. Even at this late hour, the peripatetics of the future are walking the paths. Plato watches them with a mixture of pride and a strange, distant amusement. He sees Speusippus, his nephew, a man of fiery temper and fierce loyalty, who will likely inherit the leadership of the school. He sees Socrates, slow and steady as a pack mule, a man who needs the spur just as much as Speusippus needs the rein. And then there is the young man from the north, the dandy with the lisp and the rings on his fingers, Aristotle. Plato watches Aristotle pacing furiously, arguing with a group of younger students. The boy is brilliant, perhaps too brilliant. He is the mind of the school, the one who reads everything, the one who questions even the master. There is a famous anecdote that Plato once called Aristotle, the foal that kicks its mother, referring to the way a young colt strikes out at the mare that fed it. He knows that Aristotle will not keep the academy as it is. He knows the boy will eventually leave, perhaps to build his own school, perhaps to tear down the theory of forms and replace it with the biology of the concrete. A lesser man might be bitter. A tyrant would be furious. But Plato is a philosopher. He understands that this is the nature of things. The son must bury the father. The student must surpass the teacher. He realizes with a quiet peace that he has not built a cult of personality. He has built a machine for thinking. If the machine works, it must eventually produce a thought that disagrees with its inventor. That is the victory. The beautiful city was never meant to be a static museum of Plato's ideas. It was meant to be a living organism that evolves. The old man closes his eyes and lets the memories wash over him like the tide. It is strange what the mind holds on to at the end, the great battles, the shouting of the assembly, the terror of the Sicilian court. All these feel distant, like scenes from a play he watched once, long ago. What remains are the quiet moments. He remembers the feeling of the cold stone floor in the prison cell where Socrates rubbed his legs. He remembers the smell of the sea on the voyage to Egypt. He remembers the taste of the figs he shared with Dion in the gardens of Syracuse before the betrayal. Dion is dead now. The news had come years ago, a final, brutal blow from the world of politics. His beloved student had finally succeeded in overthrowing the tyrant Dionysius, marching into Syracuse as a liberator. For a brief, shining moment, it looked like the philosopher-king had finally ascended the throne. But the wolf of power is not easily tamed. Dion was assassinated by one of his own former friends, a fellow student of the academy named Callippus. It was the ultimate tragedy. The dream of the Republic, murdered by a man who had studied the Republic. When the news reached Athens, Plato had written a letter, his eighth, full of weary resignation. He advised the survivors to cease from these evils and find a compromise. He knew then, finally and irrevocably, that the kingdom of heaven, or the kingdom of forms, could not be built with swords. The death of Dion broke his last link to the active political world. It drove him back into the garden, back to the only place where order was possible, the mind. Now, sitting in the twilight, he accepts the limits of his life. He looks at the academy, this small plot of land, this collection of huts and walkways, and he realizes that this is the Callipolis. It is not a city-state of thousands. It is a community of friends. It is a tiny island of sanity in a sea of madness. He hasn't changed the constitution of Athens. The democracy is still chaotic. The politicians are still corrupt. But he has created a sanctuary where the sacred fire can be kept burning while the storm rages outside. That is enough. He thinks of the cave again. He spent his life trying to drag people up the rough ascent. He has the scars on his knees to prove it. He knows now that you cannot save everyone. Most people love the shadows too much. Most people want the puppeteers to lie to them. But if you can save a few, if you can turn just one soul around to face the sun, then the labor is not in vain. A cool breeze rustles the leaves of the sacred olive tree, the Moria, that stands in the center of the grove. Tradition says this tree was propagated from the original olive tree on the Acropolis, the gift of Athena herself. It is gnarled, hollowed out by time, yet still producing fruit. Plato feels a kinship with it. He too is hollowed out. He has poured everything he is into the scrolls that sit in the library, the Republic, the Symposium, the Phaedo, the Timaeus. He has emptied himself. There is nothing left to say. He wonders about the great beyond that he wrote about so beautifully. Is there really a plane of truth where the souls of the just go to contemplate the forms forever? Is there a spindle of necessity turning the cosmos? Or was that just another noble lie, a story to comfort the frightened child in the dark? He finds that he does not know, and strangely, he does not care. Socrates did not know either. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways, I to die, and you to live. Which is better, God only knows. The aporia, the state of not knowing, is no longer a source of anxiety. It is a comfort. It is a release. He is ready to lay down the burden of being Plato. He is ready to stop being the guardian of the city. He wants to be simply a soul released from the oyster shell of the body. One of the students, perhaps Socrates, notices the old man sitting alone in the dark and approaches softly. "Master," he says, "the evening meal is prepared. Will you join us?" Plato looks up. The face of the student is kind, illuminated by the first rising stars. This is the future. This boy and the boys who come after him will carry the torch. They will misunderstand him, yes. They will turn his metaphors into dogmas. They will argue over his commas for 2,000 years. But they will keep thinking. They will keep asking why. "In a moment, Socrates," Plato says, his voice a dry rasp, like leaves dragging on stone. "I was just listening." "Listening to what, master?" Plato smiles, a gesture that crinkles the deep map of lines around his eyes. "To the music," he whispers. "The strings are finally in tune." The student looks confused, hearing only the cicadas, but he bows and retreats. Plato is left alone for one last moment. He grips the olive wood cane and pushes himself up. His legs are weak, but his will is iron. He stands amidst the shadows of the garden he planted, a white ghost in the fading light. He takes a deep breath of the Attic air, the air of his city, his beautiful, broken, violet-crowned Athens. He forgives her. He forgives the jury. He forgives the poison. He forgives the world for being what it is. He turns and walks slowly towards the lights of the mess hall, where the noise of conversation, the clash of ideas, the laughter of young men, the eternal dialectic, is already rising into the night. He goes to join the banquet one last time, not as a king, but as a guest who knows that the feast is ending, and who is content to leave the table while the wine is still sweet. It is said that death came for Plato, not in a lecture hall, nor in a temple, nor in the grim silence of a sickbed. but at a wedding feast. It is a fitting final irony for the man who spent his life analyzing human desire to depart the world in the midst of its celebration. The year is 347 BC. The venue is likely the house of a student or a wealthy friend in Athens. The air is thick with the smell of roasted meats, sweet wine, and perfume. The flute girls, those very musicians he had once banished from his ideal city for stirring up the passions, are playing a melody that is lively, chaotic, and undeniably beautiful. The guests are laughing. The bride and groom are crowned with flowers. The ship of fools is having a party, and for once, the old navigator does not try to steer it. He simply watches. He sits in a quiet corner, a cup of watered wine in his hand, observing the dance of life with the detached, affectionate gaze of a traveler who has already packed his bags for the journey home. He feels a heaviness in his eyelids that is different from the drowsiness of sleep. It is the final closing of the shutter. He watches the young people dancing. He sees their flushed faces, their bright eyes, their absolute immersion in the moment. In his republic, he had planned their lives down to the last detail. Who they could marry, when they could reproduce, what songs they could sing. But here, in the messy reality of Athens, they are marrying for love, or for money, or for family, driven by the chaotic, beautiful, unstoppable force of Eros. He realizes that the human clay he tried to mold so perfectly was never meant to be fired in a kiln. It was meant to remain soft, changing, and imperfect. And perhaps, he thinks, as his grip on the cup loosens, that is not a failure. Perhaps the imperfection is the point. The circle drawn in the sand is beautiful precisely because the wind will blow it away. He excuses himself from the noise, seeking a quiet room to rest. He lies down on a simple couch. The sounds of the wedding, the laughter, the flutes, the clapping hands, drift through the wall, muffled and rhythmic, like the sound of the ocean he heard in Egypt, in Sicily, in his dreams. He closes his eyes. The darkness is not the terrifying darkness of the cave. It is the warm velvet darkness of the womb, or of the night sky before the stars appear. His breathing slows. The geometry of the world begins to dissolve. The sharp edges of the triangles soften. The forms, those eternal, rigid patterns he had chased for 80 years, begin to glow, not as abstract concepts, but as welcoming faces. He sees Socrates again, not the old, ugly man in the prison cell, but the radiant soul, smiling, holding out a hand. He sees Dion. He sees the beautiful city, not built of stone and law, but woven from the light of the stars. The unfinished symphony of his life resolves into a final silent chord. The chest that breathed the air of the golden age, the war, the plague, the tyranny, and the academy, exhales one last time. The connection is broken. The broad man is gone. But the story does not end with the last breath of the man. It begins. As the news of his death ripples out from the wedding feast to the academy, and then to the agora, a strange transformation takes place. The man becomes a monument. The students bury him in the grounds of the school he founded, but they do not bury his voice. They preserve it. They copy the scrolls with a religious fanaticism. And so, the ghost of Plato begins a journey far longer and stranger than his voyage to Sicily. Watch as the camera of history pulls back, moving higher and faster, speeding through the centuries. We see the academy standing for another 900 years, a lighthouse of reason that outlasts the Macedonian phalanx, the Roman legions, and the fires of barbarian invasions. We see the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius reading Plato in his tent on the Danube, finding comfort in the idea of the philosopher-king while leading an empire of iron. We see the light flickering in the Dark Ages, kept alive by Arab scholars in Baghdad and monks in Ireland, who copy the Timaeus by candlelight, sensing that these strange Greek words hold the secret to God's architecture. We see the Renaissance erupt in Florence, where Medici bankers weep over the symposium, and artists like Raphael paint Plato walking through the Vatican, pointing up to the sky. We see the founding fathers of America reading him by oil lamps, terrified of the mob rule he described, and designing a constitution full of checks and balances, an electoral college, a senate, a Supreme Court, specifically to prevent the great beast from devouring their new republic. They are building a breakwater against the democratic ocean, using stones quarried from Plato's mind. Every time a modern voter complains that politicians are just shadow puppets, they are quoting Plato. Every time a movie shows a hero waking up from a simulated reality to see the truth, it is a retelling of the cave. Every time we argue about censorship or education or the danger of demagogues, we are fighting the ghosts of the arguments that started in that olive grove. He is the DNA of our intellectual life. As the philosopher Alfred North Whitehead will one day say, the safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. But the unfinished symphony remains unfinished. The central question he left us, the question that drove him from the shadow of the Acropolis to the slave market of Aegina, remains unanswered. Who is fit to rule? We still do not know. We have rejected the philosopher-king because we fear the tyrant. We have embraced the democracy because we value the freedom. But the fear Plato felt, the fear that the ship of fools will eventually drift onto the rocks, has never gone away. It whispers to us in every election cycle. It haunts us every time a populist screams on a screen and the crowd roars its approval. We are still in the cave. We have better screens now, brighter shadows, louder puppeteers. We carry the cave in our pockets, staring at the glowing rectangles of our phones, watching the infinite scroll of illusions. But the exit is still there. The steep, rough ascent is still waiting for anyone brave enough to turn around. The sun is still shining outside, indifferent to our votes, our likes, and our anger. The old man is dead, buried under the dust of Athens. But the challenge remains alive. He left us with the tools. He left us the geometry. He left us the warning. The rest is up to us. The music of the spheres is playing, eternal and perfect. But down here, amidst the noise of the wedding and the war, we are still trying to tune our instruments. The story of Plato is not a history lesson. It is a mirror. It asks us quietly, in the silence of the night, are you watching the shadows, or are you looking for the light? And so, the long scroll is finally rolled shut. The ink is dry, and the history is written. The olive grove is quiet now. The voices of the students faded into the wind, and the great questions that burned so brightly have softened into the gentle hum of the night. You have walked the long road from the sun-drenched agora to the damp shadows of the cave, from the court of the tyrant to the silence of the stars. It is time to rest. Let the heavy concepts of justice and statecraft Drift away like leaves falling on a slow-moving river. You do not need to solve the riddles of the universe tonight. You do not need to steer the ship. The sea is calm, and the navigator is watching over you. The walls of the academy are safe, and the darkness here is not a prison, but a blanket. Let your mind release the geometry of the day. Let the sharp lines soften into curves, and the curves fade into dreams. The violet crown of Athens glows softly in the distance, a memory of a time when the world was young and full of wonder. You are safe here, in the garden of memory. The dialogue is over, the silence is yours. Sleep now, surrounded by the wisdom of the ages, carried on the gentle breath of history. Sweet dreams.